my time. Precision move, sharp and clean. Living life on this money machine. Scalping seconds, slicing fast. Ride the wave, don't let it pass. Green and red, they set the tone. Win or lose, I'm in the zone. Trade the dots, connect the line. Profits calling, it's my time. Precision moves, sharp and clean. Living life on this money machine. Every tick's a heartbeat loud. High stakes play, I'm feeling proud. Risk and thrill, it's all the same. One more trade to up my game. Pivots turn, I'm locked and sure. Cut the losses, keep it pure. Every trend, I see the clues. I'll ride the highs and dodge the blues. Trade the dots, connect the line. Profits calling, it's my time. Precision moves, sharp and clean. Living life on this money machine. Eyes locked on the glowing screen. Numbers flash like a fever dream. Charts align like stars in space. Fingers twitch, it's a digital race. Trade the dots, connect the line. Profits calling, it's my time. Precision move, sharp and clean. Living life on this money machine. Scalping seconds, slicing fast. Ride the wave, don't let it pass. Green and red, they set the tone. Win or lose, I'm in the zone. Trade the dots, connect the line. Profits calling, it's my time. Precision moves, sharp and clean. Living life on this money machine. Every tick's a heartbeat loud. High stakes play, I'm feeling proud. Risk and thrill, it's all the same. One more trade to up my game. Connect the line. Profits calling. It's my time. Precision moves, sharp and clean. Living life on this money machine.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Somebody give me a sound check, vibe check, screen check, make sure everything is good. We are starting the marathon. Very excited. How are you guys? How are you? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Everybody's good? All right, Karen. My goodness, I haven't seen you in ages. Nice to see you. Hi, everybody. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, hi, hi. All right. This is actually one of my favorite sessions. We get to trade a little bit of Europe. We're going to trade, into the open. And as long as we want to, I have like no restraints. I cleared my schedule. We can trade all the way up to noon New York today if we want to. So we'll give it a shot. I actually missed the trade right here. Nice clean trade that would have happened. I got a lot of slides I brought to make stuff interesting and easy for everybody to follow. Who's new in the room here? Who's never joined me before? It looks like there are a few people that are, a lot of people who've been around, but anybody who's new in the room right now who hasn't been to the show before, come say hi. I'd love to know where you're coming from. Let me just do one other thing here. Let me just test this out. Just give me a sec. See if this works. I'm going to go off screen for just 1 second to show you something. Oh, yeah. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. You guys hear me? I just want to make sure do you guys hear me talking while we have the, while I have the slide? Tell me if you guys hear me while you're seeing the slide. I just want to make sure that I'm on air. Okay, cool. All right, so that means I can show you the slide and be good with it. All right, awesome. Very cool. All right, let's go back to our original layout. Hi, okay, good morning. So, honestly, open-ended, what I want to do. I was going to, generally what I thought I was going to do was like, hey, let's trade large and get a couple of accounts funded. Wow, how many accounts do I have in here? Jesus. Oh, no. Whoa. I have all my accounts. Wow, I have like 5. Wait, 102. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. What was one that what is the 102? Oh, wow. I have another account. I didn't even know I had another account. Okay, this is good. Actually, it's great. We have like another account here that popped up. Great. I didn't even know I bought this. By the way, the good news is Apex extended its 80% off sale So if you guys, if you want to get some Apex accounts, I'll put it up here as a link. But that's actually really, really good news. Hang on just one sec. Let me just do one other thing here. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, cool. Let me just do this one other thing. Bear with me a sec, guys. Okay, cool. All right, that sets me up for everything. We're going to do a little bit of trade copy here. Now, like, here's the thing. And I'm happy to kind of leave it up to you guys to decide. We can do the proper thing, and we can do the crazy thing. The crazy thing is that I can just try to take one of these accounts, or maybe even a couple of these accounts, and gun it. Try to do 4 trades and get it funded. Remember, if I'm trading NASDAQ, right, and I'm trading $100 a trade, right? Wait, no, I'm trading. I would have to be. I'm sorry, I'm not trading $100. I'm trading $400 a trade. $400 a trade means if the trade goes against me by more than what do I have? $1,500. It goes against me by more than 15 points. I blow the whole account, right? So then I could do 4 trades that are accurate, get funded. That's, it's fun. Completely unrealistic in real life. You're not going to get paid on that account in real life when you're in a funded zone. But it's kind of fun to get something funded fast. Maybe we'll do it with one of these accounts and just have fun and see if it can happen. Remember, it is a pure Russian roulette trade. As good as our trade setups are, it's hard to get 4 consecutive clean winners in a row, and especially in a situation like this where you don't even have the full stop. You only have 15 out of 20 points as a full stop, right? So that's one thing that we can do just for shits and giggles. But the more important thing what I really, really wanted to show you was, let us trade for a long time on my personal size, which is just micro size, $10 trades, and see if we can use the power of Trade Copier and the power of small size to basically just do $100 to $150 per account, because that is actually the way you collect money for the rest of your life. If you really want to trade for income, which is what prop trading is all about, the only way you can do it is in a consistency basis, and the only way you can do it consistency is through small size. So I'm going to try and do my best habits trades. You're going to see how I'll take the trades, how, because I have such small size, I have the ability to repair those trades and bring my accounts back up to even or small profits, and how to continuously progress them forward. And at the same time, I also want to trade like my funded accounts, which are all over here. As a matter of fact, we'll just probably trade just this one funded account in the same way. This is an account I just started trading like last week. It's at 58. I just need to bring this account to 50,200, 2,060 to get payout on this account. Just like if I wanted to get the small payout on this account. And I'm going to show you exactly how I've been trading this account in very, very small sizes in the exact same fashion to collect my P&L. It's really, really cool. Matter of fact, I just want to add one more. GCQ. Just add the gold. Add the gold here to the bottom, and I'll trade small sizes, maybe multiple different trades. If they don't work, it's fine. I'm also going to trade directly off of TradingView and show you how to set up all of these stop and target setups, so that you guys can see how easy it is to actually, especially in small size, manage all this stuff off TradingView if you want to. And of course, I'm going to be trading off wealth charts. What happened to my wealth charts? I got logged out of wealth charts. I got to log back in. Let's log back into wealth charts. Log back in. The great thing about wealth charts, of course, is I can have multiple tabs open, as I was kind of showed you. Log in. Let's do this, 103. Okay, so the only thing I need to do with wealth charts here is I'm going to go into my trade copier mode. And this is going to be gold. Gold is actually a sell setup for us here. Let's do our first trade of the day off of in the 103 account, sell gold. Okay. Wait, where are we? Open positions. Okay. So gold accounts. Okay. So we short gold over here. The reason why is because the negative, maybe, you know what? I may have rushed it a little bit. I made a mistake. It's fine. We'll stay with this trade. It's not quite a sell because the moving average is actually sloping up. I'm just going to pay the price for this thing. I rushed my trade here a little bit. That's fine. I'll let it float. If it doesn't work, we'll try to repair it on the next trade. But in the meantime, I want to go into. So this one will just trade straight up in just single account size, and this one will be our trade copier layout. It will trade. We will trade the 109 as my lead account, and we're going to propagate to 102 and 110. So I'm going to do two accounts at the same time here on this particular trade. And here we'll start with MNQU. Okay. And actually, if we get a green dot here, if we get a green dot here, we would have a positive a buy signal over here, which and I'll go through all of this with you guys on a snapshot by snapshot basis, so you guys can actually see the rule set, because I actually made the rules for you guys today. But right now I just want to set up all my charts, and this one we'll do MES just for trading micros. Those people, so we'll trade all three if we can. In this particular way. So the only thing I need to do is just make sure that I have everything set up here. Great thing about wealth charts is I can just set this up once and it's all ready. And here, this is a 2080, and in here, this is a gold setup, and we want to trade. Oh, I screwed up. The gold is 1040. So okay, we need to actually, what am I in here? I'm in it 97.3. So I want to move this up to 96.3. And I want to move this down 97, so 3013. Okay. Oh, I have to move this down 3013. Okay. All right, that's the proper setup. I made the wrong setup. See, the cool thing is, see how easy it is for me to drag and drop my stops and targets to make sure that they are properly aligned. All right, so that's kind of set up. The gold trade was a stupid trade, but as a matter of fact, I'm going to get out of this trade. It's a dumb trade. I'm going to get out of it. There's no point. It's actually a good. I'm going to try and do as many proper good behaviors and not like, oh, I made a mistake, I'm going to see how it works out a trade. The reason why this was a dumbass trade is because when you look at gold over here on the chart, right, what was happening is this little red signal was on a green slope. That's exactly not what we want done, right? I actually have made a nice clean little clean little chart here that I can show you. You guys can feel free if you want to take a snapshot of it. those of you guys who are in BK, I'll be happy to send this to you. Everybody who's new, you could just the easiest way to get this is to come join us in BK. I'm just going to put the join link over here in YouTube, and and I'll be happy to post it, and you can just literally copy it, give it to all your friends. This is literally the way you make money all day, every day, and this is the way we make money all day, every day. But you have to have all 4 checklists. And what was wrong with this particular gold trade is I only had 3 out of 4. This was green; it should have been red, and that made that mistake. So not worth pulling the trigger on that. Let's see what's going on here. Even if this trade works, it really is immaterial, because the point isn't that you're going to get lucky. The point is that you want to trade the right setup, right? You want to make the cool, proper setup on the trade. All right, let's go back to charts. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, I'm back in business. So you guys see me on the charts. You left the trade and went down. Yeah, that's great, but I'm really going to try and show you best habits, not best luck, right? That was lucky. The trade went down because we were lucky, not because we were good. And I really want to try to be good on the marathon session. Yeah, it is. It is. You just have to be very selective. Best way to find out, Santiago, is to always try, right? There are no answers. There's only questions, to which you have to always find your own answers. But yeah, I mean, I think it's totally viable. So kind of a little bit quiet, but let's review where the markets are at. S&P, obviously positive trend. Positive trend since 3 o'clock in the morning, right? The most favorite thing we want to do is just simply find all of our, let me show you where our setups would be on this particular setup. Positive trend, right? Let's just, we'll escape the first move. What we're looking for is a sell-off and a resumption of trend. So in this particular case, white, green, we're long here, winner, right? Winner, winner, winner. Next setup would be this trade over here. Green, green, above trend, green, moving average, everything green, winner, 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 right? Next setup would be over here. Does this work? I think we survive it. It's the close is 73.50. It goes against us, obviously, but not enough to stop us out. The stop would be 69.50, and it goes to 71 and comes back up. So this is also a nice clean winner. And then this one is yet another winner. So you have, like, in this whole continuous trend cycle, 4 consecutive winners, no losers at all. No need to even do anything fancy. 1, 2, 3, 4. As long as you took all the signals properly, you had nice 4 clean winners over the period of 2 hours. So to your question, Santiago, this is 4 hours. If you just took 2 trades, you would have had, in 1 hour you would have made the money, or maybe in this 1 hour, or if you were staying for 2 hours, you would have had $200 nice and clean off of a single S&P contract, right? The gold I'm using is MGCQ. Have we rolled over? Has gold? Let's just see what the. It's a good question. GC CME volume. Let's see what's the easiest way. You guys, any questions you guys have today, ask away, because I'm going to just basically show you how to find the answer to anything that you may not know about. So for example, the question is, what's the front month? The front month is the most active month of any contract. Just type in the symbol GC CME volume. That will take you to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange website, and it will give you like 10-minute delay, which is totally fine, because you don't care about real prices. What you want to see is real volume. And you're looking over here on CME, you see that the August obviously is the front month. It has the biggest volume, right? So we're still in the August month. So it's GCQ or MGCQ, right? And you can do the same thing with the S&P, with NASDAQ. This way you are never, ever confused as what is the front month, meaning what is the most liquid month, which is what is everybody trading today. Interesting. I'm actually curious. You know what I'm interested about? Look at this. So let's see where we're at on gold. Gold, look at this volume. It's kind of like, I really thought, gold should be doing, for gold to like really, really have a strong move, you needed about 250,000 or higher. So today is actually, pretty active day. Yesterday's, it's a pretty active day. Today's and yesterday, 250,000 volume. That's a really good volume for gold. Interesting. So we definitely dipped a little bit. You saw like a little bit of a decline. I wonder if they have, they can do download data. I was just going to see if you could go backward more than a month, but I guess they won't show you on the charts. It's interesting. So here's gold. Here's NASDAQ. NASDAQ is against trend, but a sell trade. So what we're going to do on NASDAQ is we'll just take, let's say the 109 trade, sell it here, and that's going to replicate across the 102 and the 109 account. See, we're like in 3 accounts now, I think, right? So we took the 109, which was our lead account, and we're replicating the trade in 110. When I thought it was 102. Yeah. Why is it not replicating? That's interesting. Huh. See, this account does not, I don't know what the story is with this account. This 102 account. Huh. That's super interesting. I don't know why that, so it's replicating in the 109, 110, but for some reason not in the 102. I don't know why. I'll have to find out. But you can see the power of just doing a little bit of trade copying. I'm trade copying the accounts in counter trend, just kind of show you the structure. And this is obviously not the optimal trade. The optimal trade is to have everything in trend, but we do have a counter trend setup, and that only occurs when everything goes our way. So if we went, here's MNQ, right? Oh no, man, guys, I'm sorry. I keep screwing up the trade. MNQ did not have a red thing. Oh man, you know what? I'm gonna close this account. There's no point in me doing bad trades today. So let's flatten this out. Okay, flatten myself out in all these accounts. Tiny little trades, and let's wait until we actually get a setup. I'm gonna use my my trading view as an anchor, because I still don't have the little. You see how, like, if you don't quite have that little red signaling on the account, you sometimes will make errors because you can't quite see that the slope is negative. I needed to have a negative slope. This is a positive slope, so it really wasn't a great short trade. If the next arrow gives me a red dot and a red slope, then that would be a good short. Like you see, for example, here we go, 2 reds over here. This one had a red. This would have been a good entry, right? But not this one. This one was still green. So it's just a tiny little subtlety, but really worth waiting for to give yourself the highest confidence of highest confidence of trade level. Let's see what gold is doing. Gold actually is a nice, clean, positive trade. Let's do gold. Let's do gold over here. We want to do gold at 109. Buy. Okay. Legit trade in gold. And okay. We're close. Gold is going to be, the target in gold is going to be 99.5. And we're close. And we're done in gold. So first good clean trade in gold on this move. I didn't, for some reason, it didn't replicate on my thing. I think it's because I didn't do it in the trade copier mode. I think what I want to do is here's S&P. Let's go to my okay, here's a great example. Here's S&P. 2 greens, positive trend, but the slope is red. Not a trade. Not a trade for me. You see that? Not a trade. This is not a an arrow trade. So now on this particular signal, it is a trade. If this, if this stays green dot, and you can see that the slope stays green, as a total trade, right? And we can go to the to the micro trade here. Let's just look at the MES. Oh, it's interesting. Wow, there's a little bit of a discrepancy on the big account, but like we're gonna use the big account as a signal, and then we'll move to the small account as a trade. And watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move my stops and targets to my S&P targets on TradingView. I'm going to show you how I'll trade it if I get the signal here. I need a green dot here, and let's see if we can do it. So this again would be, it needs to have a green. Let me just get really big so you can see. Right now it's a red slope on the moving average. Not a trade for us. It's like lots of things are not showing up. I don't have a green dot. I don't have a green slope. If this goes up just a half a point, it's going to trigger all of my movements. Because the triangles are not, they're just suggestions. They're not signals off the trade. The triangles are just white, green, purple, red. That's all they are. They're not signals. But see, look at this, no dot, so no trade. We'll wait patiently. We want to see if we get another dot on this. In the meantime, I can just go through everything else here. The gold trade worked really nice as a counter trend, and you can really see them start pumping it up. By the way, I got to tell you, like, here's my thoughts on and this actually is a trade in NASDAQ. This is a trade in NASDAQ. We have 2 greens, right? Ah, shit, and I just missed it. Fuck. Sorry, guys. I should have just taken it, but I missed it. All right, maybe we'll take the MNQ. Okay. I'm a little bit late on this trade. I should have been, the entry on this trade should have been 28.75, and I'm in at like 29. I guess I'm in at, oh, why am I long two? Oh, I should have been long one. Okay. That was another thing I made a mistake on. All right, not a big deal. It's fine. Two tiny ones is fine. If this doesn't work, you know, I'll be able to repair this with just a single NQ contract. So not a big deal. But this is a pretty good legitimate trade. It's two dots. It's a green slope over here. It's all, you know, pointing to possible upside. My target should have been 34. My target is 35 because I'm a little bit late, but I'm not so late that I didn't want to take the trade with you guys, and we'll see how this goes. Now, in the meantime, let's take a look at S&P. Okay, so we're in the Nasdaq trade. It works. If the next signal for us would be the S&P trade. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to my S&P stops and targets, and we'll trade this. We're trading into my funded accounts. Okay, I'm getting a signal here to the upside, $1.49 on the candle. So we need the candle to close, but when and if it does, it will take the trade. $1.18 on Nasdaq. Excuse me, on S&P. So if we've frozen at this at the close of the candle, we'll take this trade. But we need to be frozen in that condition. $32 seconds left. So it's 281.75. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to ignore the signals here on MES because I'm going to take the signals off. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to have to just simply wait. I'm going to wait and see if it holds. I'd rather be a little bit late on this to make sure that it's correct. 281. Okay, MES. I'm going to go long. Meantime, we can go to MNQ. You know what? I know what, I'm going to get out of this MNQ. I wanted to hit 34s because the proper entry was 34s. I was late on the entry, and this is my funded accounts. I want to trade them, you know, carefully. So fine. Take a tiny little trade because I'm just a little bit late on the entries. This is a totally legit trade. I should actually be 2 on this, not 1, but I'm just doing tiny little sizes here to kind of get ourselves started on the trades. And what are we doing over here? What's going on over here? Do we have any trades here? Yeah, we have trades here. I didn't take any of the trades here. So let's go back to my but you know, reviewing the NQ trade, 2 consecutive green dots, one higher than the next, positive trend and positive slope on the short trend. Entry would have been, let's just say 29.50, 34.50 would have been the exit. That was the exit, and I just missed the exit, and I didn't want to, because I was late on the trade, I didn't want to play around with it. It's because there's always another trade. But if you miss the execute, like the whole idea with this trade is if you miss the execution, you don't really want to be hoping for an exit. You want to just take the exit and get out, because there's always going to be another trade that you can take in the next 15, 20 minutes. So NASDAQ trade worked. MES trade is just floating, doing nothing. And gold is now solid, positive trend above 3,300, right? Gold really kind of recovered the move. We spent the whole night in negative trend. Now the question is, are we going to have positive trend? And this is a really good place for us to be, because if we start to have a positive trend, we're going to get a little bit of a retrace and a resumption of positive trend, and that's going to give us a perfect setup that we're going to just wait for in gold. And we'll do those trades as well. I think what I'm going to do is we have the 103, which is just just a single trade account that I'm very close to getting funded. It's only a couple $100 to get to funded. We're going to trade that straight up, just trend trades, and then I'm going to trade. I don't know what this 102 account is, honestly, guys. I have no idea. I have to go back into my Apex and find out what happened. What do I have in a 102 account? It's an account that I wonder if I can. Why is this? Oh, that's weird. Oh no, here's 102. Okay. You know what we're gonna do? We'll make 102 my leader account. We're gonna replicate my trades into 110 and 109 on this account. And NASDAQ is showing us a negative trend, but with a positive slope. So that's not a trade. Let's see. MES is down. This trade is did not work out. This this trend trade in MES is not working out, which is fine. Well, I'm going to show you how I'm going to repair this trade on the next proper signal. But in the meantime, we go to NQ. No signal here because this is still green. If this turns red on the next red dot, I'll be able to short this over here in this account. I'm going to actually try and see if using 102 as my leader, 109, 110 as my follow accounts, right? 102, if that's going to work. Let's see how this looks on the charts now. Still green, not a trade, still green. So if I get the next candle is a red dot candle, and the trend starts pulling itself down to a red zone, then I'm going to be able to have a short signal on NASDAQ. Until then, no trade. What's my stop? 78. What did I take? 82. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I'm this is a good example of where trading very small is helpful. If this trade doesn't work, all it's going to take me is 5 micros, half a contract, and I'll be able to resolve this positively on the next trade. In the meantime, let's take a look what's NASDAQ doing. And gold. So as I said, gold is promising as a possibility here. We're positive trend. Maybe the next half an hour, it's going to settle down, come back up. If it comes back up, gives us the proper signals, we're going to get long gold. You see how the slope is still curling up green? And really hasn't shown us enough strength to the downside for us to want to consider a short trade. Okay, finally, the trend has turned red. The short-term trend has turned red, right? Now we have a red dot. Everything kind of lining up. If this is frozen right now, if the candle was closed right now, we'd be able to short this, but we're not, because it's not, not a signal yet. Meantime, just to prepare myself, I'm just going to go to my NASDAQ settings, 2080 over here. And then if I get a signal, I'll go to my MNQ and short it from there. But right now, I have no signal because there's no red dot. And at the same time, I'm going to go over here. No, is it this one? Yeah, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to see if we can make the trade manager work on NASDAQ. If NASDAQ, goes down. But it's honestly, the trend is up. The counter trend trades are few and far between here. They're not really giving us. They're just mild corrections. So it's not like the signals are super strong right now. So until and unless we get that signal, there's absolutely no point in even trying to do this trade. $20 seconds left. Let's see where this leaves us. No signal, but starting to get a little bit more negative flow. We'll see if this starts to come down. Meantime, let's look at S&P. Okay, so sometimes you're in a trade and it's during an Asia, and you're still kind of floating the trade, but an opposite signal sets up. That's rare, but when that happens, like because it's so slow and prices are just not moving that much, I will actually stop myself out. So like just to give you an idea, if I get a red dot on S&P, I'll just close this MES trade and go the other way in a repair mode, in a larger size. Still waiting patiently to get a little bit of a red dot out of NASDAQ. We're really slowed down, man. It was, what was it, 7 o'clock? Wow. I thought we would pick up a little bit, but the price action is just kind of really slowed down a little bit. Yeah, we have GM at 7. You're right. Is it GM at 7? What's coming out? What's earnings releases today? Earnings July 9. Really? That looks okay. Here's Benzinga. Whereas no, not really much in earnings here. No big names today. And look at the turn, right? Just didn't have any continuity, and it's a good example. Oh, you meant good morning. Good morning, yeah. And it's a good example of, like, why we didn't take that trade. You see, it's just, didn't have enough continuity. Let's actually, I want to see what's on the calendar here today. Just mortgages. Nothing. Really nothing on the calendar today either, right? It's really, really quiet day today. So we'll see how it goes. And look, we're still in this S&P trade, still floating this S&P trade for like already 20 minutes, doing nothing. How's gold doing? Interesting. Okay, gold. Okay, so this is a great example of like a trade that's very tempting that I never do. Here's what I mean. This right now, you kind of saw a counter trend signal, right? You had the moving average turn red, you had the red dot, and you were like, oh, maybe gold is giving me a counter trend signal, right? I never, ever, ever take the first counter trend signal in trend. So here's what happened. We broke into positive trend, right? Generally, I want to see at least 2 or 3 red dot setups in counter trend before I begin to take counter trend trades. The reason why is because when you're in new trend, the first counter trend is usually a pause. Sometimes it can be a turn, but sometimes it's not what we're betting on. We're betting almost always, right? The trade we want to make is almost always, not sometimes. And I always ignore at least the first 2 or 3 counter trend trades in a fresh trend, because those are almost always sucker bets. Good morning, Aziz. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. Who's new here? London goes through lunch in 8 minutes. Yeah, I know. Turn counter trend on, hit TP. So what I like to do is primarily focus on trend ideas, at least for the first hour of trend, right? And only when the trend has been there for at least an hour or two, that it starts to get tired, then you can start thinking about doing counter trend trades. Now, in a choppy market where it's just going up and down, yes, you're going to get counter trend signals. But that choppy market is, especially during this particular time, not a general state of being. General state of being is trend one way, trend the other way, trend one way. You have longer waves, and you want to give yourself the time to surf those waves in the direction of the wave first and foremost before you start looking for counter trend ideas. So right now, my preference is, if I start to see 2 green dots, I'm going to be long gold if I get the move. Okay. Meantime, I think the Nasdaq, S&P is finally going to give way and start dumping. In the meantime, where's Nasdaq? Nasdaq is also starting to give us, see, the trend has been quite a long time, right? It's pretty mature trend. So if it's going to start to show us a counter trend signal, this is not a bad place to be. We've already had 3 or 4 hours of it. So coming in here, coming in here, coming in here, you can start to look for counter trend ideas. But that's when, that's when you first start looking at them, not at the beginning of that trend. NASDAQ is still putzing around. S&P still putzing around. Gold still putzing around. No signals anywhere. We're just sitting here waiting for some things to give us a play. Which real-time data subscription is best in TradingView? There's only one. You get an Apex account, and you get an Apex account, and it gives you a CME subscription. Whether it's going to be in wealth charts over here, it's the same subscription as TraderVate. They're all the same. It's the same feed. I don't know, Andy. You need to change to a 2-minute time frame. Just Google that question. I don't know how, this is your minutes over here. You can easily choose all your minutes, right? So you can just choose your minutes and find the right time frame. Oh wow, look at this. We're still look at this trade has been going on for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20 minutes. Just torturing us back and forth. It still doesn't look really, really great at all for us, but we're still managing to survive this trade here. It's really, really, it's almost comical at this point. But the bottom line, as you see, is just there's very little price action. It looks like summer doldrums for sure. We're just running, doing nothing much here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. A lot of people popping in. Say hello to me in chat. Say hello to me. Okay, Kathy, you're having a hard time with getting real-time feeds, right? Let me show you how to do this. Are you in, Kathy? Are you in TraderVate? So if you're in wealth charts, automatically when you log into your wealth charts account, you're going to have real-time feeds. That's the beauty of wealth charts. Okay, just there's no complication here. But if you're in TradingView connected to TraderVate, is that yes, Kathy? Give me a yes, so that I need to make sure that what's going on with you is proper. Okay, we're watching gold here. Gold actually could be a signal for us. Oh, where's gold? What's this? Oh, it's in micro. Maybe the micro has a signal, but not the mini. Let's see. Yeah, the micro has a signal here, but not the mini. All right, well, it's fine. If the micro gives me a red, a green dot, I'm going to take this trade. So we're going to watch the gold here. It's interesting. There's a little bit of a discrepancy between the micro and the, what is this? This was 302. Well, this went above here. What is this? 650, 652. Why is the, wow, 650. This just missed it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll give you the import code right now. No, Peter, the answer is no. Like, in other words, you can easily adjust BFF to all those instruments, but none of those instruments are real-time quotes. We don't trade it. We're just trading NASDAQ and gold. Okay. Oops. All right, let's get long micros. Okay, we're going to get long this micro gold for all the reasons that we want, right? It just went long here. I didn't go do it on wealth charts because I just, I don't have time. I can only do one focus at a time. And again, this is a little bit of a non-kosher trade for gold, simply because the actual contract, if you look at the actual gold contract, has no signals. I'm basically taking the micro contract, which gives you tiny little discrepancies on a tick-to-tick basis that actually had both dots. But the gold contract did not quite have the gold dots. What you always want to do is you always want to use the big contract as your template for trades. Probably this is the reason why I shouldn't have taken the micro contract, because that's really where the money is. That's really where the signaling is, right? So me taking the micro right now probably was kind of a little bit stupid. But again, it's micro contracts, so I don't care. If this doesn't work, I can always repair this contract. I'm not gonna cry about this trade, because I will, the next time I'll be damn sure to use the big contract as my signal. It's 9 out of 10 times the micro contract and the big contract are going to give you exact same signals, but in slow summer trading, one tick difference is going to give you different signals. And in this case, gold just totally flipped on me. So trade doesn't work. We'll leave it be. Kathy, if you're on wealth charts, everything should be working out of the box. I don't know what the problem is for you on wealth charts. It should just be working out of the box. Let's go, by the way, to, sorry, we have a signal here. We got a signal in NASDAQ. We're going to go NASDAQ, long NASDAQ. Let's go NASDAQ. I want to go 1 buy. Okay. So I'm long NASDAQ here on a nice, clean trend signal. Green dot, upper green short-term moving average. Okay. And you see sometimes even all those signals don't necessarily work for you right away, because it's just very, very choppy market right now. But it's fine. This is a legit signal. It's a legit signal on all of our charts here. Like right here, boom, boom, boom. But it turned against us. So, I'm going to pass up on this signal in wealth charts, because I already took this here and it's clearly not working. So there's no point in pressing the trade. But we'll see if it gives us a little time and we give it a shot here. I want to try something here. So I wanted to see if this trade copier was working. It looks like it is. Finally. So I just bought the trend in wealth charts all the way through. Kathy, I'm gonna make a rule this for everybody, guys. If you have questions about the platform, right? Call wealth charts. They have 1,000 people whose only job is to help you with the platform, right? So my job is to help you with the trades, not the platform. And I'm just going to make this rule here. Don't ask me any platform support questions. That's what those people are for. Not that I don't want to answer them, but my job is to focus on trades, not on the minutia of like, how come I don't have my things over my 2-minute chart or my 5-minute chart or my quotes or stuff like that, because that's the kind of stuff that takes my focus off of trading. So I'm only going to do questions about a trade setup. don't bother me asking about the platform questions. Ask that to the people who make the platform. That's their whole job, is to help you. Go out there, go call Apex, go call a Wealth Charts. Their whole job is to fix this for you, right? I'm happy to do this, but I can't do it during trading because I get totally distracted with bullshit questions about platform. Okay, I have a hard time trying to figure out my own platform right now and how to use it. So let's make that a rule. Okay. There is, in TradingView, if you have TradeEvade, it's totally free. If you go to my trading course, which is totally free, there's a chapter that shows you how to do this. Okay. Again, I'm just not going to make any comments and ignore all questions on support because it detracts from everybody else who's trading. If you don't know how to use the platform, you talk to the people who make the platform. Oh yeah, you're not going to, Kathy, you're not going to get live in TradingView because you don't have a TradeEvade account. You need a TradeEvade account. That's the question. Sorry. I mean, that's a lot of people like. You want real-time charts in TradingView, you need to have a TradeEvade account. You want real-time charts in Wealth Charts, you have them in Wealth Charts from the beginning. Okay, that's how it works. Anyways, the Nasdaq trade not really cooperating with us, so so that's that. Matter of fact, nothing is cooperating. There's just all the trend trades just died on the spot. This wasn't a great trend trade, so we can't really even be upset about this. On the MES, this has just been floating nowhere for the last hour. And MNQ also kind of died, gave us a trend trade, but kind of died. But it's fighting for its position. So we'll see if it's working. So one of the things you see here is how quiet it's been for the last hour, right? With this whole last hour, the first hour of trading, been super quiet. The cool thing about doing the marathon today is it's going to change. Things are going to change, and we will hopefully get a little bit of directionality. Once we get directionality, these trades are going to start popping. So we're just going to be very patient and wait around. $931.50 on Wealth Charts as the target. This is on the on this one, 931.25. Okay. 6, 7 seconds left on this candle. Guys, you're all like, saying it's a pennant, it's a breakdown. None of this stuff is it's just chop. It really is just chop. You just have to be very patient here for the chop. So 31.25 is what we're looking for in NAS. It's just it's like watching it's like having a root canal. Just super, super quiet today, right? Not really anything. Okay, we'll just have to stay patient. It's really just been, this has been like what, a 16, it's a little bit a 15-point range for the last hour and a half. Just to give you an idea, when this was a 80, 90 to, this is like a 50-point move, right? So 50-point move in a matter of like 10 minutes. And then we've had like a 15-point range for the last hour and a half, just consolidation. What time does it usually pick up? Sometimes 7, but remember, it's summertime, right? The summertime, it's really, really sort of the last couple of days been a very, very quiet price action because sort of all the news is out. The next big piece of news is going to be CPI on Tuesday to determine whether we really beat the inflation down or whether tariffs are going to have some impact on inflation. The big, beautiful bill passed, like sort of every piece of event risk. So, okay, finally, great. We got done on this. How are we doing over here? And where's my, or 31.50. We didn't quite get done on wealth charts here. We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait on wealth charts. And we got done on wealth charts. So very good. The whole trade copier trade on wealth charts went through nicely. Great. With that worked out. That worked out fine. Where are we on? So we're still floating. We still have a couple of other trades that we're floating, right? We still have the S&P trade that we're floating over here, right? And then we have this very, very ugly gold trade that may stop us out. So we're just being very, very patient on all of this. The best trade was the one that worked the fastest, or the one that worked the best, which was the NASDAQ trade, because everything here lined up. It was positive trend. Let's we'll take I want to take you to the hang on a second. I want to bring this up here. Just one sec. Okay. I want to show you what is required for a really, really great strategy. And by the way, if you guys want this table, because this is your checklist for a table, right? The only way you can get it right now, because I don't have an automation system. I'll have it set up soon. But what I want you to do is just simply email contact@bktraders.com. I'm actually going to put this in here. Contact@bktraders.com. into my thing, just email it to me and I'll send you this checklist. If you're new, this would be really, really valuable for you, because this is the full checklist for how things are supposed to work. Okay. Oh, did I get done on the MES? Oh, look at this, guys. Oh my goodness, we got done on the MES. So all trend trades, with the exception of gold, and gold was not a real trend trade, right? Gold was kind of a crap trade because it wasn't a trend trade off the big contract. So now that we're looking at the trade, right? Now that I'm looking at the trade in gold, right? And we have a counter trend signal in gold. Is it worthwhile for me to flip around and flip my gold? I think it is. I'm going to go, here's my gold. I'm going to get out of it. I'm going to take this trade out. I'm going to go, and I'm going to go sell this. Oops, now I got to go sell 10, sell. All right, I'm short gold on a counter trend basis, trying to repair this. And my target is going to be 299. Now, why did I turn myself kind of negative? Because on the big contract, it gave me a negative signal. I was late. My only problem is I was just fucking late on this execution because I'm talking and not trading. Hopefully, I need to see. I should have been in at 299.4 would be my target. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to move this up a little bit, give myself faster resolution on this trade, and see if it can work. To the downside. Maybe not. Gold is just gold is my nemesis, but it's fine. Even if this doesn't work, it's still a tiny amount of trading. Wait, did I get one thing done? I don't know. Why am I -4 against +5 here? Oh, what is this? Sell limit? Okay. It's fine. We'll leave this alone. Oh, sorry. I'm still showing the dots. Yes. Okay. Sorry, back to this. All right. What's going on in the markets right now as we're looking at the big contracts? We're still essentially positive trend, right? Both NASDAQ and S&P are positive trend, and long trades in the direction of the trend continue to work, right? So that's where things stand. Gold has been negative trend most of the night, turned positive, now kind of turning itself down, but very, very choppy. And I've got myself caught in a classic whirlwind of I buy the top, I sell the bottom type of a structure. And I'm just trying to be a little bit patient here to recover this trade. But gold absolutely not my favorite instrument. As you guys always know, it's really not my favorite instrument to trade in the morning in North America, and proving itself to be a tough trade. And it's fine. If it's going to be a tough trade, we're just going to let it go and focus on the on stock indices until gold shows us some sign of a decent trend, right? This is a cool thing about trading, lots of different instruments. You don't have to prove yourself to with every single instrument. If this instrument isn't going to work for us, we're going to let it go. If it does, it feels like gold is still being weighed down. Like gold has just been really over the last, if you look over the last, on the hourly basis, right? Gold is sort of a, negative trend over the last 2 or 3 days, right? On the hourly basis is still very, very negative. This is just the first kind of positive move it's shown, but these are all reflex positive moves. If you look at the hourly basis, all of the stuff is very much kind of trending down. So us looking at a 2-minute chart here, hopefully it gives us a chance, to trade. And there we go. I think, did we get done? Okay. I got done on this. So I resolved my gold position more or less positively, and we're going to leave it be until we get a clean, clear signal out of it. Now, is the big question for us with gold is, is it done getting sold? Is it just kind of consolidating itself and it's going to resume an uptrend? Fine. Is it going to go right back into the downtrend and start selling more? Fine. Regardless of how it is, we're not going to do anything with gold for probably the next half hour, and instead we can just focus much more on equities where the trends are much cleaner and clearer, and we can do our thing, right? No, it's a regular 2-minute chart, Renato. It's a regular 2-minute chart. It uses my proprietary dots only indicator. The rules for that indicator I've put up here. I'm actually, you know what I want to do? Here's what I want to do, guys. Hang on a second here. I know what I want to do. Bear with me a sec here, guys. How the fuck this shit like this? Maybe I can do it this way. Just one sec. Okay, I can't get that. I can't get that going. Okay, I'll send it to you. I was trying to see if I could save the position. Okay, so we have another possible long trade in NASDAQ right here, right? 25 seconds left, kind of setting up. This isn't a full classic trade because we really need the, it's good enough actually. I'll take this trade because everything here is setting up. Positive trend, higher dots, positive momentum, 8 seconds left. Let's go to NASDAQ and we're going to go to MNQ and we're going to buy it. And 45 is our target. And let's just trade nice, clean trend trades and, let them work our way out. It is at the top of this range, but it looks like it wants to kind of break higher. It's certainly with trend and it's certainly with momentum. So, let's let our trades go through. Yeah, I think you're right, Chris. It's gold is um, gold is kind of definitely very very funky. And here's the thing about us: what we want to do is just isolate the price action to the easiest, smoothest trades we can possibly make. Right? It's easier said than done. We have a great structure. We have a great system for how to do this. Even then, it will run into a little bit of trouble. But we always have like Plan B and Plan C, which is the whole idea behind how we trade. It's not just that we have a great setup. We have a great setup behind the setup and behind the setup to make sure that the overall day stays green 9 out of 10 days, right? I mean, the whole idea of what I try to show you is how can we stay green every single day so that we move towards our target of funding and then targets of payouts in a very very methodical, consistent fashion. The single biggest underlying um, variable behind all of that is size. We always trade small size so that we can always repair our positions as much as we can. But in a perfect world, what we want is lots of frequent positive trades. Today, it's a very, very slow day. The markets are kind of one step forward, two steps backwards. We're squeezing out pennies today, which is fine, but it's only been like an hour and a half. And what I wanted to kind of show you in the marathon session is that even pennies are over 6 or 7 hours add up to dollars if you can just stick with a system. So I'm just trying to stick with a system here. Most of the trend trades in equity indices worked like a charm. Gold, flipped us over, so we basically broke even on gold. And we're just going to sit here and be focused on our trading here as we go along. Let's see what's going on in the wealth charts. Same idea, same idea in the sense that that we are, we're long. I'm just let me flip through here on gold. See, now gold is starting to turn negative for us, right? Gold actually gave right back, and this tease to a positive zone was just a tease. That doesn't mean that gold is going to stay negative the rest of the day. Remember, gold was negative all morning, all Asia morning long, and usually North America tends to reverse those trends. So what we want to be watching for very carefully here is this the bottom in gold? Like, if we come back up and we recover the moving averages, then gold may actually be a buy as we go forward. Otherwise, everything is sort of very, very quiet. Now, while we're standing here, here's the cool part. We have S&P, and S&P is setting up for a possible long trade for me, or maybe not. Maybe actually, if I can get 2 green dots in a row. Remember, sell-off dot, 2 green dots in a row, positive green momentum, positive trade. That all works for me. But it's not like right now. We're just we're hitting the tops over here, and S&P is stalling. Great thing about this, the indicator that I have is it's just if I don't have a trade, it's not putting me into a bad trade, right? It's not putting me into a trade that's just not really working. So the hardest part is just to do nothing, which is what I have to do right now because it's just no setups. It's $1, Chris. It's $1. It's pretty cheap. And remember, we're trading prop. So I just kind of want people to understand. The great thing about trading prop is you couldn't give a flying fuck about what the commissions are because it's all simulated funds. It's not coming out of your pocket, right? If you had a day where you made $300 in commissions and $350 in total profits, what do you care? You still net 50 on your funding account, and that's all you really care about. You only really care about the end, the top line P&L. If it took you $1,000 in commissions to achieve $100 in profits, you wouldn't care if at the end of it you still get paid out money, right? because it's just the cost of doing business. I'm just making an extreme example. It never happens that way, but I'm just giving you an extreme example. It's one of the great things about prop that people don't appreciate. If you trade your own account and you're not having a good day, you're not just losing. Let's say you're flat on the day, but you have a $300 commission cost. That's expensive. You lost $300 of your own money, even if you're flat. On prop, you couldn't give a flying fuck. That's the beauty of it. Yeah, it's all in. Yeah, all in, as we say. Okay, hey, $132 S&P. Do I have a trade here? Let's follow up my my Nasdaq trade. That's a 45 target. Oh, we're done. Oh, look at that. Nice. Let's go to S&P. Was there news? 7:30. Maybe there was some news on the trade. Okay, great. So all trend trades are working, right? Everybody sees that. The trend trades are working in Nasdaq. Trend trades are working in S&P. This looks like we hit. There was some kind of a. Let me see if there was any kind of news here. Headlines. What do we do here? Mortgage applications went up. No, I don't even know. I don't even know what. I don't know what swept us up. All right. There's a big spike. So it sounds like there was some kind of news here that's getting unwound. Not my favorite candle. But the beauty of trading small is that we can take small trades as long as they meet our criteria. This is meeting our criteria. Actually, no, I take it back. It's not meeting my criteria. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Let me make sure I'm correct. No, it is meeting my criteria. All right, so let's go to MES. I'm going to buy it. I'm on the wrong. I made a small mistake here. So here's a way how we're going to repair this. I'm in at 84.75. I need to do 85.75, right? That's my target. And my stop is way up below. It's got to be 80.75. Right. That's the beauty of it. It's just beauty of adjusting my stops and targets. I had a NASDAQ stop and target on my S&P here. I should have simply clicked over here and done 416. I forgot to change it. So the beautiful thing is you can see that on both charts, on wealth charts and on this, if you kind of screw up your stops and targets, you can drag them up and down, to go the other way around. So here's what I want to do here. I have micro. Is this the 10? What's my 102? Let's try this. Did that go? Oh no, I didn't replicate it. I needed to replicate it over here. I'm trying to understand how to do the trade copier with a lead, and so I just did the same trade on wealth charts. But what I needed to do to make sure that everything propagated was to have the MES on all of these other accounts. And as long as I had the MES, it would have propagated. Okay. I'm just trying to learn how to do this whole thing properly. Or maybe it did. No, maybe I'm wrong. It did. Maybe it did propagate without even me. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It did propagate. I did not need to choose this. It copied the original trade that I made in 102 into 109 and 110. All right, great. So let's see, let's see if that works. Oh, wait, I had the wrong. No, I just want to flatten out. Wait. Oh, Jesus. Sorry. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to flatten out on everything. I didn't realize. I thought this was MES, but this was NASDAQ. I took a wrong trade. Trying to do too many things here to confuse. Let's go back to just doing bread and butter clean trade. So the bread and butter clean trade is we're long S&P here on a trend-based target at 84.25. And actually, it should be 84.25 my target, my sell limit. And so, because I'm here at 84, so it's 80.25 on stealth stop. Okay. So let's see if this will hit my target. There we go. We're done target. I think it's easier. I'm trying to do a million different things with you guys here. I think it's easier if I just simply do one thing, which is just let's do the setup across all the instruments on the charts. Kind of easier for you guys to follow than me trying to do a million different things. We'll do trade copier. Maybe we'll do just a single session on trade copier only. I think the problem is if I'm trying to do trade copier in one thing and regular trend trades on my funded accounts another way, confuses everybody. Yeah. North Star says that he hit the target on NQ. What was your target? What was your target, North Star? 300 a day. Good job. Good job. Now, were you trading this? I'm curious. Were you trading this on just one mini? You were just doing 3 consecutive winning trades on this, which is I think a really, really good approach. I don't have any problem with that. You were just picking 3 clean trades and doing $100 a trade. Is that what you were doing? Because that's really, really good. So the good thing about kind of marking everything on the chart here, especially doing this in my funded account, good job. That's excellent. That's really, really good. So North Star was doing probably an approach that many of you will like a lot. And I have no problem with any of you guys doing this. I'm just simply showing you an approach that is so super conservative, so super consistent that if you follow it, you have I don't want to put a number on it because numbers always change, but you certainly have a higher than 90% chance of being green for the day using this approach. The drop down is it's very, very, it's nickels and dimes until you get to dollars and hundreds. It's just it's building the P&L slowly, but it is so powerful at washing away your losses that it just builds everything. It's just a turtle and a hare kind of a thing. I'm showing you the hare version, but if you want to, I'm showing you the turtle version. But if you want to do kind of the hare version, you certainly could have done, and I do this on my own account all the time, by the way. You certainly could have done one S&P contract $50 trade here, one S&P contract $50 trade here. So that's $100 in the S&P. You could have then gone to one NASDAQ contract. This is all just clean trend trades. $100 here. So that's already $200, $300, $400. You would have had $400 in an hour and you're done. And I think a lot of people like that approach. They like the approach of I got an hour. I'm going to just zero in on Boris's best trend trades. And I'm going to hit those for $100 or $50 per contract and be done. And you are fine. What I try and do is, the reason why I'm doing small is because, hey, if I get stopped out, or if I'm doing a lot of, frankly, I'm doing a lot of bad trades. I'm doing a lot of counter trend trades with you because I just want to give you examples and examples and examples. The more examples you see me trading, the easier it is for you to understand how it is these trades are triggered, so that you can do them yourselves. I find myself, hitting some losing trades, and I want to wash away those trades. And also, I like doing small size for you guys because I think regardless of where you're at, doing small size, while it may be a little bit boring, is really, really, really good tactics. This is my funded account. I haven't even, you see it. I'm just slowly but surely climbing to payout without ever coming close to losing it. Like, if you don't want to lose your funded account, the number one complaint I always get is, oh, I got funded, but then I lost my funded account. Happens all the time. The only reason you're doing it is because you're trading large. Okay, you're just trading large. If you're trading micros, your chance of losing a funded account go down by 90%, right? Now, here's a perfect example of what I mean about, me doing lots more trades with you. Here's NASDAQ. It's setting up a counter trend trade, right? A counter trend trade. Perfectly okay for me to do this counter trend trade, which, by the way, let me go to the 80, 20, 80. But, it's only perfectly okay if I'm doing it in small size, because this is not going to be as high a probability trade as a trend trade. And if I'm doing full size and it goes against me, it creates a lot more P&L risk. And what happens then is people then go on tilt, right? The moment it goes against you and it's on big size, you want to recover the size, and you go to tilt. You always go into a very bad cycle if you're starting off large and it doesn't work for you. But there are a lot of people who have much better risk control skills than I do, that if it doesn't work, they just wait, and then they'll take 3 or 4 more trades to recover that trade. It's up to you. But if you're sort of like, I just want to, I want to focus on high quality trades, do 2, 3 of them today and hit them, you're going to be in good shape most of the time. So 31 seconds left, legitimate trade for us, right? Let me just zoom in on this to make sure that I see it. Just show you. You see how this is little red here? That's good enough. What three out of 4 things are going our way. We have negative momentum, negative short-term trend, and negative slope. Right? One lower than the other. 876 second cents. We're going to sell this right here, right there. We sold it. Target is going to be 28. We're in at 33, and target is going to be 20. I always forget how nice it is that it kind of tells you where you're in, so you actually know exactly. So we're at 28. Let's see if we can clip a little bit more P&L, right? Again, I'm just trading small. I'm clipping small P&L. I told you I want to maybe do 100, 150 with you guys on small size in my funded account, and let's just do that. In the next hour, maybe we'll just switch to all wealth charts and just do wealth charts a little bit. But what I'm realizing is I can't switch between one or the other mid. Like, we'll just do 1 hour each, 1 hour the other way. Otherwise, we kind of lose focus on how to do this. Hi, Evgeny. How are you? Good to see you guys. Who's new in the room? I want to see show of hands. Give me a raised emoji if you're new in the room. I will go through my setup with you right now. If you tell me you're new in the room, I will show you exactly what I do, step by step by step, and how it all works. And I'm going to give you my email address. And if you send me a hello, I will send you the step-by-step image, the step-by-step rule set. I'll send you all my rules to my setup. Hi, Carrie. Nice to see you. Hi, Chris. Hi, Brand. Okay, I want one more thing from you guys. Where are you guys from? Tell me. I want to know where all the new people are coming from. Are you Americans? Are you Europeans? Are you Asians? Are you Africans? Tell me. Also, you know what I want to do? Let's do a poll, because this is really interesting. Answer yes or no. I have traded futures. I always make this assumption, but before. Yes or no? Answer this question for me, please. Everybody in the room, we just started a poll. Simple poll. I have traded futures before. I want to know. Okay. Chris is from, where's Arapaca, Florida? Where the fuck is that, Chris? Carrie, nice to have you from UK. Where's Arapaca, Florida? Is that on the West Coast, East Coast? Ooh. All right. So guys, remember we talked about gold, right? Gold is negative. Gold is negative bid right now. So we should be looking for, we're going to start looking for, hi, uh, we should be looking for sell trades in gold. So thing about gold though is we need a pause and a resumption of the sell trade. But like now, gold is in a sell. This little peak above the 200 SMA so far has been just that peak, right? So we're going to start looking for sell trades. Everybody's saying, who was it? Chris was giving lots of good reasons for why gold is just sort of down. Dollar strengthening. Dollar strengthening is probably the number one reason, right? Dollar was so weak that whenever dollar goes weak, gold goes strong. Very, very strong opposite correlation. So the strength of the dollar probably helping us a little bit too. Oh, it's on Gulf of America. Oh, Tarpon Springs. Cool. My kids live in Boca and Sarasota, and for the last 5 weeks, I've made that 4-hour trip 5 times. Literally land in Boca, drive to Sarasota, land in Boca, drive to Sarasota. I can drive that trip blind at this point. So 78% of you guys have traded futures, 22% have not. Interesting. Okay, so you are familiar with futures products. That's good to know. But those of you who are not, that's fine too. Okay, the counter trend kind of not working because again, remember I told you, counter trend is never a high probability trade. But I'm taking it because it's a legit setup, and I want to show you both trend and counter trend trades. But literally everything we've done today that's worked has been on the trend side, right? Just literally everything we've done today has been on the trend side. So as a matter of fact, we're gonna watch the S&P right now. If I get a second green dot in the S&P, that's a trend trade for us. We're gonna trade that, and I'll flip over the Nasdaq trade to a trend. If I get, again, I told you, if I get a second candle with a green dot, and I haven't been stopped out, or I'm close to stop out, I will stop myself out and reverse into a trend condition on Nasdaq. And you guys kind of see, almost all the losing trades are counter trend trades, right? That I'm taking. My only saving grace is that I'm trading so small. I don't do copy trading, but if you see this QR code, and I'm actually going to put the link in here. You can join my coaching, get all of my tools, both wealth charts and trading view. Okay, so $120 on this move here. We're clearly flipping around, to the positive side. Where's S&P? No, S&P is just doing this. Nasdaq is positive. Okay, sorry, I'm watching Nasdaq here right now. Okay, we're going to probably try and do one more Nasdaq trade here. 46 seconds left on this Nasdaq trade. If this closes at this level, I'm going to stop myself out and reverse myself. Really? Oh, what was that? Did I have a wealth charts trade? Oh, I must have had a wealth charts trade on. I didn't even know. Oh, nice. We had some wealth charts trades that paid out. Okay, let's go back to S&P to Nasdaq because I want to focus on this. I'm going to stop myself out. I'm going to reverse myself to the long side. Okay. This is a legit trend trade. Just doing a little bit larger size. If I'm correct, this reversal and reversal to the long side is going to wash away my losses and put me back into net positive P&L. If it doesn't, it's still tiny, and I'll be able to repair it on the next proper signal, on the next proper trend signal. But the kind of takeaway that I think you're all seeing is that the trend trades are the ones that are the high probability trades, and the counter trend trades are not. They're not the ones that are working as well. So if I look at S&P here, I don't have a trend trade here because I need another green dot. But if I get a green dot, I'll definitely have another good trend trade in the S&P. What's my target on all of this? 54.25. Okay, we'll see how that works out on NASDAQ. And let's go look at the S&P. Let's see if the S&P wants to give me more trend trades. Generally, as the morning has built, we're starting to see a little bit stronger bid in equity indices, and we're just doing nothing but following. The beautiful thing about trend is we try to make it as easy as possible to make money. That's the whole point of trend. Trend is basically the easiest way to make money if you have the discipline to follow it, right? If you have the structure and discipline to follow it. I'm just an inveterate counter trend trader. It's always my big weakness. And you guys, and I just wanted to kind of show you that, you see how, the shitty trades today, all counter trend trades, right? Just waiting to see on the S&P if I get a signal to the upside. And if we do, we'll trade that. $1.38 on S&P. So we pushed up a little bit. We'll see how that goes. Oh yeah, sorry, Wally. Let me well, let me see if I have time for you to give me to do a layout. If I go in here, so I'm just watching stuff here. Layout menu, export layout, copy. I'm putting this thing in there, and if you import that layout into your wealth charts, you'll be able to get my my idea here. Unfortunately, not working. The trend trade not working so far. I'm gonna be a little bit patient here, but kind of died out here. What's gold doing with itself? I would love to get a short gold trade, but what I need for that to happen is I need it to come back up, come back down. So far, it's just been a sort of a straight move to the downside without giving me a chance to enter into the trade. So I'll have to just be very patient with this. Now, here's the thing with how I trade my trend trade. what you'll notice here is there's a red dot or purple dot. Purple dot is a selling pressure, but from a higher point of view, right? That means I have to start my whole count all over again. I got to have two red dots, one higher than the other, and a green move on the moving average in order for me to legitimately believe that I have positive momentum for positive trend, right? So because if this red dot didn't exist and I had a green dot over here, that would be good enough. But this pause, the selling pressure makes me pause, because the whole idea, that the principle behind how trends work is everything needs to line up: direction, momentum, and slope. You get all those three things going in your direction, you have a very high chance of continuity. Because what is trend? Trend is continuity, right? It's continuity. We're trading continuity. So we want every element to line up for a belief that there's going to be more continuity going forward, right? Remind me, actually, at the 8 o'clock hour, there's a lot of people here who may want to learn how to use these signals on a one signal per day basis. Like, in other words, instead of doing very short term small trades, you want to do instead of doing a 5-point trade, you want to do a 50-point or 100-point NASDAQ trade. And I'm going to show you how to use this indicator. Same principles, same everything, but to choose one trade per day on a signaling basis that may be more appropriate for you. And it's also very, very good for those of you guys who are trading CFDs. Same principles, because you may want to just have smaller sizes but larger moves. Okay, I don't think this trend trade is working. And counter, this is actually, I'm getting another counter trend trade on NAS here. So we're hitting a little bit of tops here, which is fine. This sets me up for a possible counter trend trade in NASDAQ, because you see how it went from all green to like all red. If this goes red with a red change in the moving average, that would be a short. So what I want to do is I want to get myself into my trading mode here, and not a sell here, because still red, still green on the moving average. I need the moving average to start turning red. So it may have to be wait for another candle for us, but we'll be patient. See, NASDAQ giving me a counter trend signal, but with a green upward slope, so not a trade. This is a 2-minute. We're at a 2-minute time frame. Waiting for trades, waiting for setups here. Moving average, short-term moving average still looks green, but it just finally turned red. So we have a $1.38 on this. We want to watch this very carefully, and I want to go to NASDAQ. As a $1.16 on the clock. So on NASDAQ, I want to go into my NASDAQ mode here. If this closes here, we're going to trade it. We're going to take a counter trend trade, a little bit larger size, against the trend trade, which is obviously not working for me. That will take me out at 29 if it hits. But all of this is contingent on this setting up properly as a counter trend trade. $22 seconds left. So, all right, we short this. 28.25 is my target on the large contract. And let's do S&P too. $83.25, $82.25 is a target on the S&P. Counter trend trades, not the strongest trades, but they're setting up, so we'll take them. I want to show you the setups. And we'll see if they play themselves out. The 82.25, right? Yeah. Yes. It's 8 against 200, and it doesn't really matter. It's whichever. It's just short term against moving. These two values seem to work very well for us. It's any short term against long term that you want to do. Everything is customizable here, but does the values I just use continuously. really choppy markets, right? Very little continuity. I can't even get a single point. I had like half a point in the S&P, and it just can't seem to press itself down. Okay, I mean that's what the market is giving us today. Sometimes the market is just not going to give you any continuity at all, either to the counter trend side or to the trend side, and we're just going to have to take the best that we can get right now. Now, none of the counter trend trades are working. The trend trades, which we offset, are actually still alive, but the counter trend trades are just not working. Which is okay if if Nasdaq, if S&P flips around. Gold is trading counter trend. It's interesting. So gold is we're watching gold here. Interesting. Gold is kind of recovering. So this was a sell-off that came back up. Gold also everything seems very choppy today, right, guys? Not a lot of continuity here on gold, but gold seems to be recovering its uptrend again, which means that we can be patient with it to see if we can make it go the other way. On gold, where's Nasdaq? S&P. These guys are just frozen in time. All right, we're just gonna stay tight, and see where the price action takes us. It's literally just been boom, boom. Usually these trades take 1 minute, 2 minutes to resolve. We get nice big moves, and so far we're getting just really tight trades. But I'm staying with the trades. I'm going to trust the process a little bit here, and see how it goes. I'm going to cut the S&P trade because it's clearly looking like it wants to go back up. And if I have a upside trade here, I want to take the much more valuable trend trade here on my S&P. If I get a green dot here, this gives me positive trend, positive slope, positive trend, all these things. If I don't, that's fine. I took a small hit on a counter trend trade. It's not going to kill me, but I'd rather trade the trend trade if I could get the signal. So I'm waiting for this patiently on this. If this goes 85, yeah, 35 seconds left. There's a green dot over here. It's hard to see it. 30 seconds left. We're gonna let that trade. And I'm actually gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna kill the NASDAQ too. Gonna kill my counter trend trades. Just stay with the trend trades on this and see how we can stay to the trend condition. 9 seconds left. This is a green dot over here. It stays. If 4, 3, 2, 1, boom, long. All right, 86.75. Let me show you with the green dots so you guys can actually see this. If I get rid of the executions, you'll see it. See, this is a green dot. This is a green dot. The target is 86.75 onto the long side. That's the trade that we want to make. If NASDAQ gives me a green dot, we're going to go long NASDAQ also to stay to our trend-based thesis. Oh, we got done on the NASDAQ. Sorry, the S&P. Let me show you. Here's the S&P. This is a perfect example of me reversing back to trend. You see how the trend trade really worked nicely, and now we have a trend trade working over here on my my still short micro NASDAQ is 54.25 as a target on this thing, but we want to be able to see if we can trade the NASDAQ trade if this green dot stays in place. We'll see. We'll see. So I got, here's what happened. I went trend trade. I got the trend trade still stayed in place, but I got counter trend signals. I reversed myself to counter trend, making a big mistake. Counter trends did not work. The trend trade resumed itself. I reversed myself into all trend trades, which I'm going to do right now again, right here. Boom. Okay. And let's see if trend takes me to target. So the target here is 950. Let's see if my thesis that trading trend is the right thing to do 90% of the time going to validate itself today. Tough market, very choppy, but literally every trade we've won on has been trend. Every trade we've gotten in trouble with has been counter trend. Let's see if my whole big thesis to you guys that if you stay on the trend side, you're going to be mostly on the right side is going to validate itself today, even in this kind of difficult market conditions. So 950 on the NASDAQ trade. So the thing about it, you're kind of looking at the price action. You actually see the price action, curling up, but it's very choppy, right? So it kind of fakes you out into counter trend signals. And Rob always tells me that I always make that mistake, and it's true. If you just ignore the counter trend signals and stick to the trend signals, just get rid of the noise, most of the time you're going to be on the right side. And even if you're not, even if you have a bad day, you really have done the right thing by staying to the trend side most of the time, right? Because most days, this is really going to validate you. Right now we're still, we're slipping back and forth. But even on a hard day like today, where it's just one step forward, 2 steps backwards, it's still better to be on the trend side. Peter says gold gives a sell signal now. No, gold is actually a buy signal now. Gold is positive bid, positive buy, right? We can wait a little bit longer here. If this gives us a green dot, that would be a positive buy. gold signal goes away. I just want to show you again, trend, winner, counter trend, loser, MES, trend, winner, counter trend, all losers, right? It's amazing how it's just that, you're like bored and there's counter trend trades and you want to take them. It's just much better. It's like somebody was saying, I'm going to take like 2 or 3 trades with trend, be done for the day. That is literally what you want to be doing. That's kind of like, the play that you want to be doing with yourself, if you can do that. $950 on the target on the NASDAQ. We're still sort of, playing around here, but again, I'm staying on the trend side. Let's see if it can do anything for us. See if there's anything on the news front. Hell does not have a place for people like this. Scamming people after the flood is just, well, really nothing much going on here, guys, on the news. I'm trying to see what's happening here. Really not much going on here. Okay, we're just not getting continuity today. We'll just have to grin and bear it, and be patient and see how things go. But this is really, this is as much a summer doldrums thing as anything else. It's Wednesday, July. It feels like there's just no liquidity. Remember, what creates continuity is volume, right? We have like just no we have move and no volume to sweep us a little higher, and we're just looking for tiny little sweeps. We can't even get that. That's how it goes. Gold, same thing. Down, up, very little directionality here. That having been said, though, if I'm looking at gold right now and I was going to make a trend bet, the trend is actually still to the downside. And if I get a red dot here, you see they have a red move on the red move on the moving average and a red dot here, that would actually, if this candle completes, that would be a sell for us. So we could create a gold structure here and see if we can I just want to do this like this. It's hard to do like that. $119 on gold. So even though you could make the argument this is still a positive trend, it really is, in the overall scheme of things, much more of a negative trend trade, right? So I'm going to, assuming this candle holds like this, I'm going to sell it. Assuming it holds, but there's no assumptions here. And everything turns. Yeah. Just going to stay patient here. 950 is the target. If I get a green dot here, like maybe on the next candle or the candle after that, that's a legitimate buy signal for me on a trend basis, and I'll happy to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do. As soon as I'm just trying to watch these trades and see if see what we can do with these trades, and once we're kind of one way or the other done with the trades, I will do a I'll show you a longer term trade structure, which I think is really interesting to show you on how this works on longer term trade structure. All right, let's go to CFDs. Let's do something like US 30. I want to show you, US 30. And let's go to the 1 hour time frame, because I want to show you how, same concepts can work on a longer term time frame in what I think is sort of a really interesting way. So I'm going to pick a few spots and show you how I would have traded this. So first and foremost, we only want to trade, like on a longer term time frame, we just want to trade trend structure, right? And you can see, by the way, that US 30 1 hour time frame, really, really nice long. And on the longer time frames, the trends can last this has been lasting for days, from the 25th of June all the way now. So it's like more than 10 days of trend structure. Within that trend structure, right, if we use a very, very simple approach of what we have, which is trend, slope, momentum, all of those things that work our way, here's how I would trade it. So first of all, so here's a pause. Anything that's a red button is a pause. And it just simply, okay, we can even use this one over here. This is a pause. This is a red, meaning that now we can look for a possible buy trade. Because Any kind of a red button is just a short sell-off within a longer term trend, right? That's basically what we're looking for, right? So, so here we go on how we would do this. I'm going to pick this trade. I have positive trend, positive short-term momentum, green dot, second green dot. I'm going to enter at this green dot, right? The entry would be right over here at 456. Whatever, 570. My stop would be underneath the candle over here, not this candle, but the prior candle below here, and that would be whatever is the low here. Oops, sorry, I gave the wrong thing. It's Alt H. Okay. So I'll put the stop right over here. That's 480, right? So just let's make it 580, 480. It's $100 stop. And here you could truly manage this on a kind of a better risk reward ratio and scale out position. So you could say to yourself, okay, I'm going to, if it goes up to, so it's $100 target, right? It's 480, 580. If it gets up to 680, which is like right around here, I'm going to sell half. I'm going to move my stop to break even. And then when it gets to 780, I'm going to sell the other half. And what you've done there is that you've now captured 300 Dow points, right? You've done a really, really good job of capturing 300 Dow points with very, very little friction on a longer term time basis. And you could certainly do this like on a single micro contract on Dow, or you could do this on CFD, or you can even do it on a larger contract. On a larger contract, if you captured 300 Dow points, it's $5 a point. That's $1,500. That's literally your account gets funded in one trade, right? And that can be very, very attractive to a lot of people who want to trade longer term time frames. So the point being is that the dots is a multi-time frame, multi-instrument structure that can work on any situation. If you guys want to give me an instrument and a starting date, so that we can have a random test, and I can show you. So you don't think I obviously did not pre-make this example, but why don't you guys give me a starting time and whatever instrument you want, and we'll go from there. And I'll try to give you what the trade would looks like using on a longer term time frame, just so you can see and understand that yes, this really does work very well. I'm going to erase all of this, and I'll wait for you guys to just type in, give me a signal. All right, go ahead, guys. Anybody in chat, give me an instrument. Give me the date or the time you want to launch it from, and we'll go from there. Counting once, counting twice. Anybody want to give me a signal and a date? Dollar yen. Okay, fine. I mean, that's fine. I haven't even thought about dollar yen, but yeah, that's a nice. You really threw me for a loop. Let's go for dollar yen, hour chart, and starts in July. So July 1, right? So let's go to July 1. Okay, somewhere out over here. Here's June. July 1, right? Okay. So here we are on dollar yen, right? Negative trend. It's a pause button over here, right? Pause button over here, right? So the way we would structure our trade is here's the first red, here's the second red. Our entry would be all the way over here to the downside. Let me show you the entry. The entry is going to be over here. I'm going to make it right over here so you guys can actually see it. It's going to be Alt H. 143.06 The 143.75 would be the stop, right? Over here. That's my stop. So what is that? That's 70 points target, right? And I want to, let's say I want to go, my first target would be half target, which like would be 35 points. So 6 to 35 would be 70, would be like right over here, Alt H. And then I would move my stop to break even. It'd take me about 2 or 3 hours. And, I would only make $35 on this trade. So this, is a good example where, yeah, it worked mildly, didn't work great. Okay. Not a problem. I mean, they're not all going to work great, but at least, it was a good defensive play. It sort of made you, trade it. Okay. Somebody's giving me Bitcoin 2023 July. I don't know if I can go back to 2023 on a 1 hour chart, but we can try. Here's Bitcoin, right? And calendar. I don't think I can go month 20. No, how about we go to Bitcoin just randomly, August 1, right? Okay, so here's Bitcoin. We start over here. Again, now this is, Bitcoin, this is a great example. So in this case, no, Bitcoin does not work. You get stopped out because, yeah, I could see literally from the thing. So we're negative trend. These are the two conditions you need. You'd be short over here, 62,872. Your stop would be whatever, 2,000 points. It's a 2,000 point stop. You would have gotten stopped out. Fine. That's how it works. You would have gotten stopped out on the retrace move. It's actually really, really good. Good point here. Bitcoin is really, really, really volatile. Really has a lot of retrace moves, and very often is herky jerky. So sometimes you can need 2 or 3 opportunities to hit it. So in this case, you're stopped out. 2,000 points, you're done. The next possibility for your trade would be somewhere over here, 64,120 against the stop of, what is it, 64, $700 point stop. Not even really worth a stop over here. You probably would, with Bitcoin, instead of making such a small stop, you probably want to do a swing stop over here. But even if you got stopped out, let's say you're down 2,000, you're down 700, fine, right? Your next trade would be over here, 787 against about a $3,000 stop. So here you want to target, a 62 to like 59 to basically 60, right? Somewhere around here, 62. Yeah, this is like a 3,000. So it's really 63, 6380 to 60. You'd make 3,000, go to break even, wait. And then I think you'd make another 3,000. So in this case, you lose 2,000, you lose 800, but you make 3,000 here, make another 3,000 here in a continuity fashion. And if you were sort of super patient, you could have made more money here too. So the point being is, yes, even in these kind of difficult conditions, it would have taken you 3 trades, but you would have been able to, finally hit a really, really strong P&L trade on Bitcoin. So all of that is possible on these conditions. We're still floating, guys. Just unbelievable. We are still floating on this, doing absolutely nothing. And that's just the way it is. It's wow, it's 8:30. We've had no movements. It is what it is. I'm staying with these 2 NASDAQ trades. Will, do or die. These trades either hit or lose. And then we'll go on to see what other opportunities we have as the market starts to open up, right? Right now, it's just been dead. Literally zero continuity for us, and we haven't had any opportunities for trades. We might possibly have. Here's S&P right here, 57 seconds left. This is a legitimate trend trade for us if it happens. If it does, let's go set ourselves up for the S&P stops and targets over here on just one S&P. You know, we'll take the trend trades if they show themselves up. If they don't, they don't. There's nothing we can do. But you guys get to see how on a longer term time frame, you could absolutely use the dot system for really like sort of one or two good quality trades within a day or two. That could just one trade could hit your targets, because those are, you know, $200-300 targets instead of just $2, you know, $5 or 5-point, 10-point targets, just small targets. That's what's kind of really exciting about the dot system, because it has a lot of power on on longer term time frames for those people that want to trade it that way. How's gold doing? We had a gold up trade. I actually missed this gold trade. Don't want to chase this, but this would have been this is the gold trade that would have worked for us, because this was positive trend, positive bid. We just simply missed the opportunity. It just happens, you know. That's how it goes. Nothing on NAS, nothing on this. And pre-market movers. Microsoft gains 8 after Oppenheimer raises recommendation, citing potential upside. Investors embrace Microsoft as one of the long-term AI winners. Blah, blah, blah. EU is negotiating a trade deal with the US. That may be positive for us if they can yeah, FOMC minutes. FOMC minutes to, you know, today at 2 o'clock. I have 6 eggs. I broke 2. I fried 2. So you fried the same 2 that you broke, and you ate 2. How many were left? 4 eggs were left, right? Am I wrong in this? Is this the right answer? Who thinks that there's a different answer than 4? Well, Lee, that's what I was saying, that the stops and profit targets are completely dynamic. They're based upon the prior candle low, the prior dot candle low, or the prior dot candle high. So they're always going to be dynamic based upon what that structure is. And then you project from that structure, right? I'm going to have a webinar on this, by the way, guys. If you want the webinar, I'm going to have a webinar on this. Let me find the link. Yeah, Steve says he's got 4 left also. I think it's 4. Yeah, exactly. I think it's 4. I totally agree. Oh, let's see. 52 seconds left on this baby, or 48 seconds left. This is a trade if it holds. So reviewing again, short term above long term, positive trend. Short term is green. And I have dots which just disappeared, so that means there's no trade. So I'm just, I'm waiting for the dots. I'm waiting for a pop. Ten, 11, 12 seconds left. Got to have a dot. If I don't have a dot, I have no trade. It means I have no momentum. Yeah, I totally, I totally agree. So actually, let me, I gotta find this. Where is my link? Just a second, guys. I'm gonna find the link here. Um, Bear with me. So this is, you guys saw that I'm doing a webinar. I mean, it's actually on my Twitter too. You can go to my Twitter. Let's go to my Twitter. It's, um, if you guys go to my Twitter, you guys will see it. If you go to my profile, I posted this link. Where's this link? Where is this link? Da, da, da. Here it is. Here's the link. I'm going to see if I can copy link address. I'm going to put that into StreamYard, into YouTube. Oh no, it's the wrong. Oh no, it's the right. I think that's the right address. It should be the right link. But this is just sign up for the trend class. I'm going to talk about that in quite a lot of detail about how to do multiple time frames and stuff like that, and pick the right structures. Okay. All right. So still no trend, but maybe this candle will give us a trend. We'll just waiting patiently here, because we need the dot. If you don't have a dot, that means you don't have enough momentum to kind of show. The prices are not holding their highs. That's the ultimate driver of trade here. And we need the thing to run. Wow, man. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1. I'm not moving until I get a dot. Okay, let's go. We got the dot. Now I'm in. The target is 87.75. That's my target on this. I'm in at 87.75, 88.75 is my target. So let's see if we can push it. High of the day is 88.50. So we got to sweep the high of the day here on this move here. Wow, Jesus Christ. All right, now I'm going to take the large count. That thing has been just sitting there for so long that I try to take the 70 on the profit rather than the full 100, just to clean up the move. The 88.75 is my target. This is a nice clean S&P trade. Let's see if I can, if they can actually just validate my trend trade. The Nasdaq did finally validate my trend thesis, but it was just beyond painful to watch that, right? So I'm just, right now I'm just kind of sitting here Trying to figure out what we're going to do here. 88.75. That NASDAQ trade was 814. That was like a 50 minute trade. Jesus, was just like annoying. 88.75. Come on, baby. You know what? Screw this. I'm just taking this. Again, I'm being impatient because it's just incredibly slow. And maybe we'll just have to wait till the market opens up to see if we can get a move here. But I just and I'm just going to take profits here. So every trend trade turns profitable, and actually would have taken, I would have got more profit out of it. But honestly, guys, it was a true grind, right? So that's kind of what, part of what I really wanted to show you today is it's been a grind, man. And sometimes it really is, but I stuck to my process. I really, 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 against every painful instinct in my body, let these trades stay in the fucking trend until they eventually hit it, right? And we're able to resolve the small NASDAQs, and we're able to resolve the large NASDAQs, and we're able to resolve the large S&Ps, right? It wasn't a pretty structure on any of these trades. But if I took out all my counter trend trades, if I just simply did not trade counter trend, if all I did was just trade trend and be patient, it would have been fine. And that's what we're going to try and do now. So I think we got the next half of the session where we have the opportunity to just focus on trend trades. And if we don't get any trend trades, we just won't take any trend trades. But we're only going to take trend trades in the second half of the marathon because, excuse me, I just, I want everybody to see the lesson. I know it's exciting to do counter trend and, and I want to do more trades and stuff like that. But you see the actual trading lesson of the market is that you're a fucking idiot if you fight the trend. Even if you lose on trend, you're going to win in the end. But if you fight the trend and then get yourself, stuck in a trend cycle, you are really going to get yourself in trouble. So TDP, right? Trade trend Boris, right? But anyways, yeah, that's also good, right? So, Chris is talking about sort of doing the first green trade in trend. That actually works okay. It's not a bad idea. And if you guys want to, if you're going to take this is a good example. If we're going to take a risk trade, by risk meaning that it's not fully compliant, because what we really want is trend and momentum all together. But if you're going to take sort of like a non-compliant trade, this is not a bad idea. So I'm in trend. Let's take a look at this gold. Right, we're in gold. Let me just do gold over here. 10-4. Kind of to prove Chris's point. This is a green dot. White dot is just a green dot that's a little bit lower, right? So, but it's still positive momentum. It's positive trend and positive green slope on the moving average. All things that give us a relatively decent conviction that trend should work. So we'll take this trade trend over here in gold as a quicker version of trend ideas. And as he said, you're going to lose more of them, but on the second one or the third one, you're going to be able to repair them pretty well. So let's do this. We've got 10, 11 seconds left. Positive trend. Once it gets down to 0, we're going to take this trade. All right, we're long. 305.7 is the target. right? You know, again, proving does trend work? That's the whole idea. Does trend work is really what this exercise is all about in marathon trading. Does trend work? Okay. 3057 is a target on this. A little bit of a small trade. I'll give it a shot. Meanwhile, let's take a look at NASDAQ and everything else. NASDAQ is selling off. Everything is counter trending here. S&P is selling off a little bit. That's fine. That's fine. So I like Chris's idea here as a variant for us. If we want to do, remember, the idea is to do more trades so that we get more profit, like small profits but frequent profits, right? If we're going to scalp this, and we are adamant that trend is the trade, then we should just simply do single dot instead of double dot structures. We're going to lose more, but on the next one we come back off the trend trade, we're gonna make that money back. So let's give that a shot. Let's trade that variant for the next 3 or 4 hours. See how much you guys like that. He says he only does it in NQ, but doesn't do it in Gold. Well, yeah, it's. I think NQ and ES are by far the best ideas for that kind of a structure. But and gold, gold. Look at gold. Gold is kind of dying out on me, but it's fine. Like my point here is, if gold stops me out, I will then just do it on the next trend trade. The next trend trade. Then it means I'm not going to do any counter trend trades. I will just simply wait for the next trend trade cycle to do this. And besides the fact, we don't know yet. Gold came very close to hitting my target. It was 3056 and 3057 was my target. I literally missed it by a tick. It's hardly a tragedy. S&Ps and NASDAQs are all doing a little bit of a sell-off here. We are half hour from the open. Let's see what happens. Are you guys enjoying the marathon session, guys? Is everybody having a good time? It's a lot, you get to see a lot of how the sausage gets made. The ugliness, we don't get to just do perfect 3 trades and we're closed out. You see lots of, ugliness back and forth, fighting with the market, doubting yourself, all those things that I think are like important to see as we're trading. But the important part is kind of trusting the process and seeing how the process validates itself. Yes, Karen says choppy day, but trading needs patience. Yeah, I mean, Jesus, that was an annoying trade on that. Yeah, Charlie likes it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love doing this, and I want to do more of this. We definitely, what we're going to do is, next Tuesday is CPI. So maybe what we're going to do is we'll just trade. We won't do like a full marathon, but we'll do like 8 o'clock to like 10:30, 11, like a 3 hour micro marathon around the event risk. And that's going to be great because at least there'll be some volatility there. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of challenge today due to the choppy market. But here's the thing to understand. Even in a choppy market, there's always some trend, right? There's always some trend. And the choppy market is like the devil. It like seduces you into, here's a counter trend trade. Look at this. You kind of died out. Look, you try to trade continuation. It kind of died out. Go counter. Go do this. It just tempts you with counter trend trades. But if you ignore the bullshit of counter trend signals and just focus on the small, even the smallest trend signals are still there. They're still legit. Boom, boom, boom. We don't need much. We just need one frigging point, just 1 point to hit our trend target. And that's viable within almost any market condition, right? We just need to have the setup, just need to have that proper setup, right? That's all we need. Oh, hey, did my trade get done? Oh, look at that. And we got done on the gold. I told you, ye of little faith. So that was nice. Again, validate me with trend. VWT. Validate me with trend. I think I'm going to make a song. You know, we have the dot song. I want to make a song called Validate Me with Trend. You know, it'll be a ballad. It'll be a ballad to you know, my love song to trend. What do you guys think? Should we do that? That'll be fun, right? All right, look, you know, NASDAQ going counter trend, that's fine. Leave it alone. We don't give a shit. Let it be. I'm not going to take any of these bullshit trades. I'm just, you know, and the thing is, it's going to be, oh, look at all the money we could have made. It could counter trended really, really nicely. You know, 5 seconds would have hit all these trades. Fine. We're not going to do that because, again, the temptation is worse. Like, it's worse to give into the temptation than to just simply sit back and do nothing. Oh, you like the dot song, huh? You guys want to? Matter of fact, you know what, guys? Let me put the song on for a second, for like 5 minutes. I want to get. I got to get some. Everybody can take a little bit of a break. We got about a half hour to the open. Nothing is really happening. Everything is counter trending. It's going to take about 3 or 4 candles for us to even reestablish trend and movements. So let me put the song on for about 5 minutes or 3 minutes, and we'll come back, and everybody will regroup, and we'll get ready for the opening session and see how that trades out. Okay, give me just a sec here, guys. Let me play it out.
Eyes locked on the glowing screen. Numbers flash like a fever dream. Charts align like stars in space. Fingers twitch, it's a digital race. Trade the dots, connect the line. Profits calling, it's my time. Precision move, sharp and clean. Living life on this money machine. Scalping seconds, slicing fast. Ride the wave, don't let it pass. Green and red, they set the tone. Win or lose, I'm in the zone. Trade the dots, connect the line. Profits calling, it's my time. Precision moves, sharp
All right, all right, all right. We're back. Took a little bit of a break. Had to let the dogs out. Not much going on, as I told you. I'm glad you guys like the dot tunes. A couple of questions while I was gone here. Lee had a question was, what would you trade the $150,000 account with? I would trade the 150 with one standard lot per trade. Oh, so like, you said you like the idea of doing longer term trades, right? You like doing the idea of maybe one trade per day kind of a thing. I would absolutely trade that with I would trade YM, the Dow, because that's like maybe 200-300 points on that kind of a structure. And as I said, it's 200-300 points at $5. That's $1,500. It's a really good good daily type of a thing, and you are well within the budget. So yeah, that's what I would do. I would do those kind of trades on the move. By the way, let's take a look at Christopher's idea of like, hey, let's trade trend with a single dot. Is this a buy trade or not in Nasdaq on a single dot idea? Yes or no? Give me an answer. Let's see how well you guys have absorbed my my lessons. Is this a buy trade or no? I'll make it easy for you. No. Why is this not a buy trade? Even though it's working, it doesn't matter that it's working. Why is this not a buy trade? Chris is saying it is. It isn't. I'll tell you why, Chris, it's not. You know why it's not? Because the short-term moving average is red. It's red, baby. And if it's red, it's not a trade. The single most important component of our analysis is this thing has got to be green. If it ain't green, it's not a trade. So it would not be a trade. That's it's a critical thing. Like here, right over here, this green dot against the green, that's absolutely a trade. That's a trade. That's really good right then and there, right? But this one isn't. This one isn't, right? Now, this is a setup. Green, double dots, all good. We can do a little small trade here on the minis, and I got to do size here. We're going to do size at 1, and let's see. Let's see if the trend wakes up here. But at least this is a legit trend trade. 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, long. All right, in here, target is 53, and the target is done in less than half a second. Boom. Trend trade, validated. Validate my trend. VMT, that's it. That's the name of the song, Validate My Trend. Okay? And you see how quickly we can pick up points right then and there. Right? Nice and clean. This is BFF dots only, available only on TradingView, which is why I'm kind of working with you on TradingView today. The wealth charts one, I'm going to try and get Rob to. It's just one last thing where it changes the colors of the moving averages from green to red. We just don't have that on TradingView. It stays on wealth chart, stays blue. That last final thing is going to make the wealth charts really explode. So I just need to let him know about this final change that we're doing. And it's going to make everything really good. You can definitely still use that whole idea just by eyeballing it, but it's so much better when it's visualized for you, because it just it shows you without any element of doubt if there's positive trend or negative trend here. Oh shit! We could have traded the S&P. It's fine. Great. So finally, maybe we're now second half of our marathon. And the trend trades are starting. The trend trades are popping. Maybe we get some more trend trades ideas. So let's play the game as it shows up. Now gold got nothing, but we're just going to trade. Trend trades are popping off off a single dot if we get them, and a double dot if we don't. Yeah, it's updated on TradingView. Yes, it's the BFF dots only. If you don't have the BFF dots only, just it's probably because you haven't emailed me. Give me your request for it. Just need to email me and give me a request for it, and I'll do it. But I think I enabled everybody who has asked me for it. Just email me your TradingView, and I'll update it. I mean, if you want to. Lee, if you want to type in your TradingView in chat right now, since it's a little bit quiet, I'm happy to do it for you right now off camera. I'll do it on camera. Hello, my friend. Are you new? What is a trading strategy I follow? It is a super simple dot strategy, which I'm going to explain to you in just 1 second. What is that? Leah scan? What? Hang on, Lee. I'm gonna see if I can get you done. Just bear with me a sec. Okay, you should have it. Look at that. Look at, we finally get trend, baby. We finally started popping on trend. Okay, looking good. All right. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. Ionut? Ionut? Where are you from, Ionut? What kind of name is that? Guys, I can only add people who are members of coaching, okay? So you got to, if you join coaching, do it. If you haven't joined coaching, go right now and do it. Pass the prop, best deal in the world. Go do that, and you will be able to do this. Let me actually show you everything that's in coaching. Hang on a second. Let me. It's a good idea to just 1 sec. Man, why do I want to do this? Okay, image file. Just 1 second. All right. Let me show you everything you get in coaching. This is the deal that is the best deal we've ever done. It's my coaching, Kathy's fundamental fast track course, Kathy's signals. If you want all of Kathy's work, it's basically my work with trading, Kathy's work on forex. So if you trade forex and futures, you get both. Even if you trade futures, you can just trade futures with me. If you trade forex, you just trade forex with Kathy. Regardless, you get everything in one blast. Plus, and this is the key thing, not just one, not two. I'm going to buy you 3 Apex accounts. I'm going to buy you 3 free Apex accounts if you do this deal, and you'll get the dots. If you don't do this deal, you don't get the BFF dots. You only just get the regular BFF. So it's a super good deal. Go out there, buy it. If you already bought it, then just email me. Tell me, hey Boris, I'm already in coaching. Give me access to this thing, because I think I've gotten everybody else who's in coaching access. If you are not in coaching and you're just a regular customer, upgrade. Just buy that. I'll cancel the other subscription, and I'll get you 3 free Apex accounts. That's the best deal ever. I'm literally giving away the store, and the queen is not very happy about it. But this is what makes winning traders in our room. Everybody in this room who's on this deal is a winning trader. So just go out there, go get it. Okay. The link is in chat. I'm going to put the link in here. Also, you can QR the link, but here's the link. I just put the link in chat. Okay. If you're already in coaching, Peter, I think I set you up already. I think you're all there. The queen. Who do you think I'm referring to as the queen? Who else who's the only person that I work with who acts like a queen? All right, let's get rid of drawings. And let's go back to, oops, add, wait, remove, add. There we go. Back to trading. We got 15 minutes to the open. Yeah, yeah, Wayne. Wayne, are you part of coaching? If you're part of coaching, you can get it. If you're not part of coaching, just go out there, get the coaching gig. Yeah, just send me an email, Peter. Peter, send me an email, or just Peter, or you can put your trading view right now, and I'll see if I can find you. I know you're in coaching, Peter, so I'm happy to add you. So who wants to join my coaching, guys? That's going to be on tomorrow night, so you get a chance to do this. Okay, let me see if I can copy this. Hold on, Peter. I could have sworn I had you set up, but maybe not. Okay, let's see. Nope. Okay, you're all set up, Peter. You're all good to go. Yeah. Then you should be fine, Wayne. If you sign up 360 during Wealth Chart 365, you should be good. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful, guys. I'll set you guys up. Anybody has any problems, just email me. Just email me. All right. Fresh highs for the day. S&P 8 points away from 300. Looking good for us. Hey, let's play the game here, the Christopher game. If we get a green dot in the S&P, we're gonna go long on this trade. Single dot, not double dot. We're just gonna get a little more aggressive, smaller size, but get more aggressive just to generate more signals. Oh, look at shit! I missed. Damn it, guys! Fuck, we missed the gold trades. That's okay. All right, we missed. See, this was a gold trade. This was a gold trade. All really good gold trades on trend. So we're just gonna stay on trend and just find as many trend signals as we can off the move. As long as we got the green slope, we're going to take all those signals. It's a really good idea, actually, Chris. I really love this idea. It's going to generate more entries for us earlier, and I think with the green slope, it's even it's going to minimize the losses. It's going to minimize the misses in many ways. So I'm very, very excited for this. Yeah. The idea is first green dot, first white dot. As long as we got the green moving average, we go. After obviously after the reds, we just go. Yeah, I mean, I think the slope was like the really key thing. Okay, so we got S&P. Here we go. S&P. I get a green dot. We're gonna go. We got 10 minutes to the open. $33 seconds left. The S&P's got to close 91, 92. If it closes 92, it's a trade for us. Let's put ourselves into the S&P mode. Is it doing it? Is it not doing it? That's fine. No trades. No trades. NASDAQ, nothing. S&P. Nothing. All right, no trades. We stay patient. 5 minutes to the open, we're just going to not do anything. We're just going to wait. We give ourselves like a blackout, 925, 935, just so that we don't, there's massive volatility. We just don't want to get caught in the move. All right, guys, I'm going to show you, again, we got like a couple minutes, so I'm going to show you this thing. If you want it, this is the rules to my whole dot trading strategy. You want this rule set. Happy to send it to you as a PDF or as an image, but I need you to email me. contact@bktraders.com. Contact@bktraders.com. Oops, Jesus Christ! If I could only type. Okay, here's what you need to do. You email me because I can't. I don't have the automation built in. I'm going to have it done soon, where it's just like you're going to just comment and I'll automatically send it to you. But everybody, go out there. This is my checklist. Go nuts. Right? Oops, let me do banners, media. Okay, back to, oops, no, this, sorry. Okay. All right, green dot, green dot, green dot. 3 seconds left. Nope, went away. Just went away at the last second. Just went away at the last second. All right, that was tempting, but no cigar. Look at NASDAQ. Oh, NASDAQ got a green dot, but NASDAQ, this is like 5 minutes to the open. I really don't like to trade this NASDAQ trade. You know what? Screw it. Let's do a small one. MNQ, small. Screw it. I'm just putzing around. It's a small trade. If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't go, we'll resolve it. It's just a tiny little trade. It's still legit because it was a trend. Oh no, it's not actually. It's actually not a legit trade. Again, I rush myself because this is like the 4th or the 5th green dot. I need it to be the first green dot after a separate. You know what? I'm going to get the fuck out of here. I'm just taking a small profit out of this thing. It's not a legitimate trade. I shouldn't have done it. Why was this not a legitimate trade? Because the trade was here. It was green, white, go. Green, white, green, go. This was the trade, right? All of this, there's been no pauses. There've been no sell-offs. So because there's no sell-offs, we don't take any trades because you need a little bit of a pause, a sell-off, resumption to really have a true trade, green trade. See, you have a sell-off over here. If you get a green dot over here, that'd be a legitimate trade. But we didn't have that here. Where's gold? Gold also has a sell-off, but no green trade. Right now, we're in moratorium. 925 to 935, no trades. 925, 935, no trades. Okay. That's right, Lee said no red dot. She's right. I was rushing the trade. Okay. All right. So we'll just watch. Let's watch the S&P as our trade. Let's see how we're doing here. While I eat my avocado. What's the best breakfast in the world? Put up your comments. What's the best breakfast in the world? Put up comments. Which country has the best breakfast in the world? I'm curious what you guys think. Please don't tell me British breakfast, which is really disgusting. I know the Brits love it, but the rest of the world looks aghast at it. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Very tempting. Really, really tempting for me to want to pop it. Bacon and eggs, not bad. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to go tiny. We're going to go tiny on the micros here. This is a from MES. It's a legit trade. So we're going to go just on the micros. If this works. If it doesn't, it's a small trade. Boom. Okay. So target here is 94. 94. All right. We'll see if this works. I would have done a full contract, but like it's 5 minutes to the open. It's really unnecessary to take that risk. But if you can see it, this is a legit trade. Let me just sort of show you why do I like this trade? We had the pause. We had the dot. We have the green slope to the upside. It's all working, right? The target here is 94, right? We came in 93, 94 is the target. Russian herring, yes, John. Actually, Russian herring with boiled potato smothered in butter. Oh, I've never had South Indian dosa. I bet it's pretty good. But pancakes, to me, the greatest breakfast is like pancakes. But like there's like a special kind of pancakes which were like almost crepe-like that I had in Boca. That were like my son and I went to this place. It's a pancake house. They're like super thin. They're called the 49ers. They're like a super thin, bubbly little pancake. So good. Oh my God. I had that like 3 days in a row. Baked salt and fish. Where are you from, North Star? Where are you from? That is a breakfast. Where is that a breakfast? And so this is a good example why if you're gonna trade, trade right in front of the open, you do tiny because this could just spike right down in 1 second and blow us out. And because it's a small trade, I don't give a shit. But you never want to do a big trade off of a market opening volatility. We got literally 1 minute, 1 minute to the open. You can also be very lucky and just pop you up too. It's fine, but you got to just understand because we're trading very negative risk reward. We got to make sure that we're not making a 50-50 bet. Like this is a 50-50 bet on a very, very volatile market here that can either pop or not pop against you. Definitely not worth the risk on full size, but for fun and also within our trend based parameters, worth a shot. We'll give it a shot. Let me see how this looks on my trade evade here in the back. Yeah, okay. Still waiting for the 94. We'll see. We'll see if it clears. Foie for breakfast. Oh, everybody's getting hungry. Trinidad. That's where you're from? Really? North Star? Wow. I gotta ask my nanny. Wow. I had no idea that was fish. That's interesting. Okay, so we're done. We got lucky. Nice. That trade got done. Account goes higher. All good. But as I said to you, really not. It would have been a stupid trade to do full size. Even though everything lined up, just because it's literally market open, right? But we did get lucky. Oh, foie for breakfast. That sounds good. All right. So is everybody now properly hungry for breakfast? Very nice. Okay, market open. Let's see what's popping. We got NASDAQ popping really hard to the upside. Everything is finally starting to break out. Trend is finally starting to show itself on the charts. Gold, on the other hand, is, where's my gold here? Coming down, right? Gold is kind of losing trend, which is fine. We just, we'll wait, see what it wants to do. S&P now at 95 really pops up hard. So, by the way, the first couple of minutes, trading view is going to be very, very, very slow. By the way, you see the wealth charts is just much nicer, really, really fast. We can now kind of actually switch to wealth charts. I want to trade the rest of the stuff on wealth charts just to see if we can, if we can get some trades going over here. We obviously don't have any setups because everything is just kind of, now it's runaway train, right? We waited so patiently for so many minutes to find the trend trades, and now the trend trades are all popping like there's no tomorrow. And we're going through the 6,300, right? We're just really going through that level. So what we're going to do is actually, let me see if I can set this up. I want to go trade copier I want to go to MESU September. Look at this thing. Listen, it's 300, right through the 300. Look at that move. Really, really popping. And 109 is the leader. 110, 102 is and 103. We're just going to do trend trades across the board. Let's do that. And this is going to be on S&P. So 416. We're going to do our thing. $416 on this. And then this one is going to be all NASDAQ. Again, leader is going to be 102, 109, 103. Want to do NASDAQ. And the stops and targets are 20. That's correct. All right. So everything is popping. We just don't, now unfortunately, we can't chase it. But now everything really, really exploded. So we got, we'll just have to wait patiently for the stuff. Yeah, that's pretty good, Charles. Is it like a 5,000 calorie breakfast? I think so, right? French crepes. I kind of agree with you, Sam. I really love the French crepes, but I don't know if it's breakfast food. It's more like snack food. Man, we're really, really popping. Holy shit! Now it's a bummer because now we have to wait a really long time to find trend trades. Like really, all the trend trades just popped on the open for us. Look at that move. God, we were here. We're at 91. Tunisian shakshuka, pretty good. I have some people asking me about Ninja Trader, so we'll try and do that. Yes, we can get the dots on Ninja Trader. They'll just take a little bit, but yeah, absolutely. It's just super complicated to write and then attach to Ninja Trader, but we will get it done. So a little bit bittersweet, right? I kept bitching about, hey, let's trade trend, let's trade trend, and trend just blew up, and now we have to just simply sit in our hands. But you see the power. You mean you see like we just the fact that we were here, you know, regardless of how little or how much we got, me being on trend, you can literally see it on the charts. You can see the whole history of my trades, how correct I was in my process, even if the execution was kind of dumb because I didn't trade the trend ideas. All right, we have a gold trend trade move here. Let's do that just for fun, and we're going to trade the micros on this. I'm going to buy this on 1040. 3077 is my target. Again, I'm just doing a very, very simple idea that, that Chris talked about, which is we're going to take the first dot. As long as it's green, we're going to trade with trend. We don't give a shit, do or die. If it doesn't work, we'll find the next trend trade and resolve it at larger size. This is the whole idea of just creating frequency of trades for us, right? Small frequent trades, boom, boom, boom. Let's bank it on this thing. Unfortunately, on S&P, it's just a runner. We're just running away from us. So is Nasdaq. Holy shit! Look at this. Look at his moves, guys. Damn. Man, there's a lot of buyers, huh? There's a lot of buyers. I'm just looking at my other trade here. Okay. Don't forget Apex. Still 80% off. They kept their deal. So really, really worth it to do the deal. But look how well the dots just boop, 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 right? Traded that. So nice. What a clean breakout move this has been. Gold's struggling a little bit here at the highs, which is fine. It's been struggling all day long on the long side, so it doesn't work. I knew this was up. We got tagged out. Fine, we get tagged out on this. We'll just wait for the next trend trade, whether it be up or down. Whichever trade it is, we're going to resolve this trade properly on the next trend size. Meantime, I'm just going to have to be patient and wait for my S&P and Nasdaq trades to show up. I don't take into account resistance because resistance very often is meant to be broken. If there's enough momentum, it will get broken, right? Otherwise, you tend to kind of overthink yourself. Again, the whole idea is if you're trading small and it doesn't work, you just simply reload at larger size when the next setup happens. That's how you do it. I think the much bigger takeaway here is that what you want is just simply stay to the trend side the whole time. You survive the choppiness by just ignoring a lot of trades, and then take only the trend trades, to the long side. Wow, what a move, guys. That was a 96. Wow, 30 point handle move. Nice. Like a 0.5% move. Yeah, there'll probably be a little bit of a pullback. We'll see. You know, it's honestly like if you're really a hardcore trend trader, like this, in some ways, this is like some of the, you know, I've been on the opposite side of these trades, and I've gotten slaughtered. Like you think this is going to be a short, and it's actually a great long. All of these kind of super momentum moves they're going to go longer than you think. Like I could have gone long here. I've done like, you know, against my own grain here, long here, long here, long on every dot, and you would have just killed it on every, you know, on every dot. Just when you hit a strong trend like this, that's just verticalizing, long on every dot works really, really well. You know. Let's see what gold is doing. Gold is doing nothing. Gold is kind of consolidating, but if gold drops below into negative trend and gives us a trend trade, we'll trade it that way. But for now, gold is just doing nothing. We'll just leave it alone. But then, you know, for those of you guys who like this, but want to make more meaning, like, you know, I forget who was, I forget who it was asking me about, you know, what if I want to do 2 or 3 trades a day? And there was somebody else who just did 2 or 3 trades a day. What am I waiting for in the ES? I'm waiting for a frigging red dot. I'm waiting for a pause, right? Because the whole idea is I'm trying not to chase, you know, the up moves. But what I'm saying to you is, if you do want to chase, this is the absolute best condition for chasing trades. I'm just testing it. Oh, Santiago, that was Santiago was talking about it. So what I was going to say is, if you trade, it's risky, but I think it's totally viable. Like if you trade the first dot, as long as you got trend, slope, dot, and you trade the first dot, right, against after a pause, it's very, very reasonable. Like actually, let's do this. Why am I like guessing when we can actually play it? What would have happened had we done the first dot trade where everything lined up in our favor, right? Let's just go through this. And we start at 6 o'clock, right? So, all right, let's, you know, we'll take this trade. This is probably not going to work, but that's fine. I'm long 81.50, and it's actually 81.75. So 81.75, 82.75 is my target, and it's 77.75 is my stop. I don't get anywhere near 77.75. I need to go to 82.75, which is 82. Is 82.75? 82.25. But this trade would have been forever. I mean, that was the one. There's the trade that we held for a long time. So boom, $50, right? Just you really held it forever, but it sort of, you know, took you out, right? Great. Now the next trade is over here. You have this green trade over here. Green slope, green thing after the red one. You're long 81.75. You're looking for 82.75. You're done, right? $100 done, right? The next trade is this one. We actually traded this one. We traded this one on the small contract. 84.25. Stop would be 80.25, 85.25, right? So now you're 150 to the good. 150 to the good. This one, this is your first stop out, I think. So you're taking this one, 86.25. Stop would be 81.25. Maybe not. No, you did not get stopped out. Oh, wow. Sorry, 86.25, 82.25. I'm not sure. No, you actually would have survived this. Jesus, You would have survived this by a tick. But let's say you got stopped out. So you $1.50, now you're minus 200. Your next trade, you got to have balls to do this. And the trade wouldn't have been this one because this is red. The trade would have been this one. But you can see that it worked perfectly well. You come out at 4 times. So now you are back to 150. And now you're up to 200 because you take this trade over here. And now you're up, if you want to take this trade, 250. And now you take this one at 300. So you literally like have $300 with just one repair trade in trading trend only single dots, right? And you're fine. Like that's relatively easy. Maybe the next marathon we just simply do that. We just do large contracts with one just on trend only with that kind of approach. Look at this. I told you guys, like it's just never ending here, right? Just totally cranks out. Okay. So watching gold here, no chance to repair. But if gold goes green with a green slope, we'll take that trade. Gold is probably the single worst instrument for us to do this with because it just doesn't have the kind of smooth continuity that others do. But we're trading it small, so we don't care. No, there was a repair. There was one. Well, I made it one repair. I pretended like we got stopped out just to give ourselves more realistic scenario. All right, gold's still dicking around with S&P just soaring, right? And who isn't tempted? Who isn't tempted to short this right now? Everybody wants to short this. Look at this. It's a wick. It's a short. Let's go short. And it almost never works. I'm going to prove to you, by the way. Let's do this just for shits and giggles. I'm going to do a single tiny contract just to show you. Oops, -1. Buy. I want to make sure I'm on the right side here. Buy. I bought this just to prove to you how, because I'm just doing a tiny little $5 contract, just to prove to you how toxic it is. And I'm buying the top. I'm buying the fucking top, right? I'm buying the top, right? If I bought it like where I wanted to, right over here, I would have already made money. But I want, I just trying to prove to you the point that shorting this is worse than going long this, even though it looks like it's the absolute top. Because I've been on the other side of this trade so many times and gotten blown so many times, gotten blown up so many times. I just simply I executed it poorly. I should have bought it over here. It would have already been done me. But the point being is that, trust me on this. Even if this stops me out, it's still a stupid trade. It's still a stupid trade to go short here. I'm gonna go to like 12 noon. I'm gonna go. This is the marathon session. We're gonna go 2 more hours. I'm hoping that between 10 and 12 we get some retrace stuff. Look at that, 350. You see that, guys? Is almost there. We go. See what I tell you? Stupidest fucking trade to take the counter trend trade. Because I've been on the opposite side of that so many times, right? And there you go. That's the trade. That's a trade that everybody fucks up on. Okay, not a signal. I still got the red dot here. Not a signal. Got to wait on gold. You see how this is a red slope? gold is really, I mean, I fucking hate trading gold. You guys know that. I almost never trade it for my own account. Occasionally I'll trade it for my own account when, when I really, really feel the vibe. But most time, no. But anyways, let's stick to my process. Let's not be a little whiny little bitch. Let's stick to my process. We got the gold. I want to set up my golds, 1040s. Oops, -5. Okay. Yeah, but I don't take the first dot, Rick, because it was red. The slope was red, right? I mean, I'm glad you got it, but my argument is that that's more of a lucky trade than a good one. "47 seconds left. I'm just waiting for the gold setup to try to resolve this trade. Look at this. Just keeps on going. Just keeps on going, right? All right, long. So target is 09.7. Let's see if this takes me up to 09.7 on this trade. Okay. All right, we'll leave it alone. We'll go look at the S&Ps, look at NASDAQs. Let's see what they want to do here. Kevin says he's got two long trades on gold. It's an uptrend all the way. All right, I'm with you, brother. Which product? Gold is 10 ticks. Oh, did gold get done? Look at this. Look at this. Again, validation. Validate my trend, baby. VMT. Validate my trend. And we got completely resolved. Product, account back to full stuff. So G5 says yesterday I experimented with trading a small account, just trading trend, jumping in when SMA changes colors and staying in until it changes again. Worked really well. Oh, wow, good for you. That's an interesting thought. He just rode the trend. But yeah, I'm telling you guys, I know it's just like, it's the stupidest, easiest thing in the world, but we all fight it, including me, including me. You see me, I forced myself into trading trend today. Winner, winner, chicken dinner on every one of these things, right? All right, so here we go. Maybe we get a setup here. We got a red dot. Maybe get a little bit of consolidation. The 8-period SMA is green as the New Jersey summer right now. So what we're looking for is maybe a couple of candles. We get a green dot. That would be a trade for us. Nice job, North Star. $200 on 3-year prop accounts. And those prop accounts are with Apex, right, North Star? We all want to trade with Apex, my friends at Apex. Anyways, we'll watch this for a second, but I want to again just show you, because I've shown this deal earlier today. This is literally the best deal in our house. It's 6 months of everything I do, everything Kathy does, my coaching, all the signals, including BFF dots only. And I buy you 3 free, I give you 3 free Apex, or I buy you 3 free Apex, whatever, however you want to phrase it. You get 3 absolutely free Apex accounts to go out there and jumpstart your prop trading journey. So go out there. If you haven't done this, I'm going to put the link in here right now. You can actually, you can QR the link, but I'm going to put the link in here again. Oh, sorry. Shit, I put the wrong link. Let me put this link in there. Go out there. This is the link. Go out there and get it. It's a really, really good deal. You basically get all of me plus all of Kathy for one price, which is a huge discount. And all of the wealth chart stuff. Absolutely, all the wealth chart stuff, right? Which is really, really cool, including all the trade copy and everything else. I'm actually, what we're going to try and do, I wanted to tell you guys, right? So we want to trade copy trend trades and wealth charts when we get the chance. Now we're getting a correction, so we just have to wait patiently for the correction. But once we get a buy signal again, we'll try to trade those on wealth charts. Wealth charts contract is long. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, sorry. Let me get off the. I'm now back to charts. Sorry about that. Okay, I tormented you with this. Now we're back to charts. So I'm just watching. Wholesale. What's the news today? What is the news right now? 10 o'clock. Wholesale inventories. Nobody gives a shit. That's not really news. It's really going to be Fed minutes a little bit later today. Oh. Uh-oh. All right, so we're sliding down a little bit, obviously, correcting. NASDAQ doing the same thing, coming down. We're going to see if we can get patient a little bit here, see how the trading goes. If we get a little bit of a pop on the moves here. This has been a really fun session, guys. I feel like it went by in a flash. We did this is already four hours, and I feel like it went in a flash because it's just been so interesting to trade the various regimes, using the product, adjusting our thought patterns while we're trading it. I think that's really the key to really good trading, is just seeing how everything is so dynamic. Yeah, Joe says NVIDIA hit 4 trillion, probably in Q bump. That's absolutely true. That's insane. Think about this. NVIDIA could go down 75% and it'll still be worth $1 trillion. I was just thinking of that this morning as I was getting my bagel. I was like, that's an insane idea, right? Just kind of insane when you think about that. All right, we got a green dot on NAS. Do we have one on S&P? No. Got one on NAS. You're right. It's really NAS it's really NVIDIA that's kind of driving NAS. So let's see if we can make this viable. So we're going to trade MNQ to the nope. We didn't really get a pop. Did we get a pop? Did I miss this? No. Yeah, now we're getting the pop. Now we're getting the pop. Okay, so MNQ, we're getting the pop. Waiting for this candle to close, and then we're gonna go long if it stays this way. Thank you, Dr. D. So nice of you to say. So nice of you to say. Bring all your friends, man. You know, I'm gonna try and do this once a week, because like it's really great. People can hop on, hop off. You know, instead of us just being within 1 hour, you're really not constrained. It's a lot of fun. People are already emailing me, validate my trend. I literally came up with that name, and the people are like, I want my validate my trend strategy sheet. I love that. That's so good. So cool. All right, 55 seconds left. Let's see if we can make this trade a reality here. $40 seconds left. Let's see if this holds. We're literally at the at session highs, right? I mean, just literally session highs. 30 seconds left. The green dot's got to hold. We're trading the single green dot, kind of like small, small size. Taking Christopher's page out of Christopher's book here of like, hey, look, can this be a play? And I actually let me just transfer over to S&P. No, that's S&P is also kind of giving us a signal. But let's stay with NASDAQ, because NASDAQ looks the strongest. Okay, buy. Target is 109.25. Boom, and we're done. And we are done. That's how it works on super fast, super clean trades, right? Whenever I see this, I always go, fuck, I should have had the large one. But it's fine. That's not the point. Is that we're just trading that big continuity burst. There'll be 10 of them before the day is done today. I love the idea of just doing the single dot once we have the confirmation of everything else, because it really does make it pretty easy for us to hit it. Anybody take that trade with me? Anybody hit that? Anybody hit that NASDAQ? Yeah, winner chicken dinner. Exactly. Where's my winner chicken dinner? There it is. Winner chicken dinner. Winner chicken dinner. All right, back to business. Fabio hit it. Nelson hit it. Miguel hit it. Everybody hit it. Everybody hit the NAS trade. Good job for you guys. Good job on you. Trend is your best friend. I think like they have like the validate my parking ticket. That's going to be my validate my trend thing. I took it's 20 ticks, my friend. Payment is five points. If you did the large contract, it's $100. They would have been $100 in less than 10 seconds, which is not bad for government work. You see that? You can literally see it, 104 to 109, right? 5 points. You can really see it. I wish we'd take. I guess I wish we didn't. No, that's good. It's good that I didn't take it because it was kind of weak. That's good. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for my S&P signal, but I don't have it. There's gold. Okay, gold got done. I'm kind of done with gold. After 10 o'clock, I don't even want to look at gold, but I do want to look at S&P here and see what's going on over here. So big ass move through the 300. Do we come back down to test support at 300, consolidate, maybe re-rally? Let's see. The cool thing is the dot structure totally narrates against the bigger structures, right? So whatever, if you think you have, all-time highs, daily highs, all that stuff, you can weave that into the dot structure, and it will just be the first one to get you on the right side of the move. It's the earliest mover on whatever you want to interpret on, on price structure right now. That's what's so cool about it. That's what's so really, really nice about it. All right, 10:05. Looks like we're doing a little bit of a pause here, which is good. I mean, we had that big ass half-hour move. Now we can just pause out. Probably going to be about 5-10 minutes before we can even see any kind of green consolidation and move here. But we will we'll let you know. Who's having a good day today? Let me know. Oh, Andy, I think I'll email you, but let me just sort of explain to people how this works. I thought I did this, but I'll double check. The way you get free accounts. So by the way, we got a setup. No, we don't have a setup. It's still green. It's still red. The way you get free Apex accounts, or whatever, if you want to use DNA funding, whatever, is I give you, you get a 6 months fee, and I actually refund you money, and you can use that refund to use for your accounts, because I can't buy your accounts. It's not legal that you have to buy accounts with your own money. So I give you the money to buy it. So Andy, I think I refunded it. If I didn't, I'll do it right after the show to make sure that you have the refund in your account that you can then use to go out there and buy the props. Okay. We trend on gold, 3 successful trades. Souls, man. Souls. Where are you from, Souls? That's a very it's a very, very spiritual nickname. Usually we're all degenerates here. So where are you from, my friend? What soulful country do you reside in? India. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Otherwise known as the next China, right? No, I'm just kidding. Better than China, right? Tyler, just getting started on my trading day. First time watching you live, but I've been observing some of your recent post videos with the scalping strategy, kind of a contained martingale. Yeah, but here's the thing, Tyler. You don't have to do martingale. Like, there's a lot of guys who just don't even fuck around with a second entry. They just do super, super accurate entries and let the hit rate just take them out. So 6 out of 7, 8 out of 7, hit rate totally puts you a positive P&L. You can do it that way too. You can also do a modified martingale, or modified structure, which I'm going to talk about in coaching. Some of you may like that risk, especially if you do trend only with all the things that we have. As long as we do validate my trend structure, there's an easier way to recoup your losses with less of a large risk. So there's lots of different ways to slice that cap. But you're right. I mean, that's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is just lots of different variations on the theme. But honestly, if you're doing a good job on just trading, the reason I wind up doing all this shit is because I'm fucking around with counter trend trades. I'm repairing shit that I shouldn't be repairing, right? If I'm trading quality setups, it's almost unnecessary. That's kind of the takeaway from today's marathon, Tyler, is that it's really unnecessary to do this shit if you to do this. Yeah, you can. Yeah. Do indicators and strategies play the role? Like, literally, without the dots, there's no winning. That's the whole point. I created this from scratch over thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of inputs from everybody else, and changes and variations and tweaks until we got it down to a fine working machine. That's the whole point. The reason you trade with me because of dots, because it's fully it's the tool that keeps on giving. Otherwise, what are you doing? You're trading blind. You don't have a clue of what you're doing. Please don't tell me that, you're going to make money with ICT or alien wave or highs and lows or double tops or double bottoms, because God knows, first of all, there's no rules. We have super repeatable rules. I'd like one person who trades ICT to give me a repeatable rule. That the same trade I can do tomorrow as I did today, as I did yesterday. Bullshit. You can't, because there's no rules. It's this candle is different. You have to interpret it different. This switch is different. I repeated the same trade literally 20 times today. The same fucking trade. The same trade. There's just zero difference. That's what makes the indicator so really, really powerful. Okay. All right. What do we got here? Gold. There was actually a gold trade over here that we could have taken. That I just didn't want to trade gold anymore because I'm tired of it. Let's look at what we got here on this. Oh, this is interesting. Do I have? Is it upward sloping positive dot on this? I just want to try and do one trend trade on one trade copy or trade on this, but I need. Let me just double check something. Yeah, okay, it's pretty legit. All right, let's see where we're at. Buy. Okay, does this work on a trend copier? I'm not sure. I think I did. Yes, I did. What's my target on this? Oh, can't see. 104.50. 104.50. Yeah. Somebody says ICT traders. Oh, that was fast. Okay, so this was really cool. By the way, guys, do you love the British accent limit order filled? That's inside the wealth charts. I'll show you tomorrow how to get that done, because I forgot. And I just need I need to go teach myself again. But you can configure this thing that says limit order filled in a British accent, which always makes me really, really feel good about winning trades. But the point was that I wanted to show you here. This is really, really cool. This is why wealth charts is so good. So like right now, go out there and get as many wealth charts out of Apex as you can, because here's what it does. And this is sort of like the next step in our journey, right? Is this is a free trade copier. By the way, I've actually been watching a lot. Apex has been serving me a ton of ads promoting the free wealth charts copier. So they really, really want you to start using it. So in wealth charts, the copier costs you nothing versus $200-300 in all the other copiers. But it's not just that. The copier, you know how so let me explain to you the problem with trade copies. You have a leader account and you have follow accounts. The leader account in most trade copies is the only one that has a stop and a target on it, right? Is the only one that has a stop and a target on that account. So imagine, for whatever reason, it gets disconnected. The leader account gets stop and target executed. The other ones are orphaned out. And very often people tell me they have to manually close their trades, or their trades. This is how people lose 10 accounts on one bad trade. Not because they're making a bad trade, but because it gets disconnected from trade copier, right? So what makes wealth charts so much better, and why it's such an incredibly great tool for anybody who wants to do copy trading on their own, is every single account gets the stop and target inside that account. So even if it gets disconnected, there's a risk control measure in each account. You're never going to get blown out of an orphan stop on a well-charged account, because it's replicated both at the global level and at the account level. It makes it really, really easy to kind of crank it out. So, anyways, I thought it was cool. We're kind of green all the way out here. Even I traded very little today, but we're kind of nice and green across this. And you see how, if you had here I was trading my funded account here for you guys, right? For fun. But you can see how if you're trading like 4 or 5 accounts, that same trade that I was doing, some trend trade I was doing, was benefiting 4 or 5 accounts instead of just one, right? It really, really amplifies your ability to trade well. So that's okay. I mean, I think it's good to mix and match. It's fine, to mix and match with them. The one thing I'm going to get Rob to do, which is just the last thing, is you see how the only thing we're missing on the well charts version is we need the short-term moving average to color. Sorry, what happened here? To color the way it's doing on TradingView. So that gives us that final, incredibly important visual input as to what we, how we want to do this, up or down, how we want to take the trade. So as soon as we can, it's a tiny little thing. Guess who's calling me? Guess who's calling me during my webinar? Guess who's calling me? Mr. I never miss it. Hey, I'm in a webinar, and I was just saying that, you never miss calling me during the webinar right now. So are you on your way to Vancouver? Yeah, I mean, what time is your flight? Okay, that's good. Yeah, coming from there. All right. All right. Love you. Okay. Bye. I love my son. He is this. He is really. If you want to make the single best bet in the world, is that my son is going to call during the webinar, right? Inevitable. All right. What was I saying? I totally lost my train of thought. We're talking about trade copy. Oh, we're talking about I just got to get the code. We just got to get that last bit of code into Wells charts, and that's going to be really dynamite. Then it's going to be super easy for us to trade copy a lot. It's literally like one line of code. So anyways, we'll get that done, and you guys will all be ready. And again, go out there, get my coaching. That's how you get your wealth charts. That's how you get the wealth charts indicator. I'm happy to send it to you, but you got to have the coaching. And I'll be presenting at Wealth Charts. Don't forget, Wealth Charts is doing a massive show next week. I'll be presenting there, so it'll all be really good. We'll all have fun. All right, what else is going on here? Now we're starting to curl up, right? It makes perfect sense. We had a massive move up. Now we're starting to kind of lose our mojo a little bit, and it's as I said, it's very likely we might come back down to 6,300 before we kind of consolidate, maybe resume the trend. But we had a big move, and it's all good. Let's see what Twitter is talking about. US ARB hits record high as Trump tariff threat sparks copper market chaos. Yeah, somebody's talking about that. Zero Hedge is talking about the fact that copper is just really getting squeezed. Oh! Your Harvard degree will be worth less than your toilet paper. What a surprise! Yes, this is an interesting story. I think that I caught that. Copper is huge demand for EVs, and there's just a massive squeeze on that. So it'll be interesting to see. Um, oh my God, that's funny. Okay, nothing much else is going on. So NVIDIA is the big story today. Kathy went running. You can see her giving. Oh, is she? What's today? Wednesday? Oh yeah. Next week she's going to be going away next week. She's really loves her running. Oh my God, Delhi is so young. I had no idea Delhi was 48. Holy shit, he's really young. Okay. Oh, this is a good thing. My friend Brent Donnelly has a great book called Alpha Trader, and it's not like what's really great about this book is he walks you through every trade he's ever taken on a macro level and what worked and what didn't work. And I was just listening to another podcast, and the guy said it's probably one of the best trading books around, precisely for that reason. So if you really, if you're not looking just for strategy stuff, but just understanding the psychology of trading, really worth getting his book. It's called Alpha Trader. Brent Donnelly, be my guest. Go out there, go get it. Please guide, if I took one trade based on a white dot and exit, market still going up with green dot, should I put another one or wait for another white dot to appear? You're seeing a trade on gold, but tempted. So let's see what we got here. So here's how I trade them. Okay, just kind of let you know. I trade them. I got to have a red, green. I need a pause, resumption. Otherwise, I don't trade it. I don't go green. I don't chase. You could, and you'll probably make a lot of good money on a strong trend, and then the last one will be a stop out. But that may you may make so much money on the 4, 5, or 6 consecutive trades that the stop out will still keep you ahead. That's one way of doing it. I like to just do pause, start. This kind of keeps me from over trading, which is a big issue, right? So does that help you? Does that make sense? All right, so what are we waiting for right now? We're waiting for a long setup in either S&P or NASDAQ. What do we need to get that setup going? We need 3 things. We already have trend, short above long. We need a green dot, and we need this short-term moving average to turn green. We want the slope of that turn green. We get those 3 things, we'll pop it. We don't get those 3 things, we don't pop. By the way, I just want you to see this. You see it goes red to gray. Gray is when it's flat. Just let you know. There's not just green and red. It's flat too. It's kind of cool. It's kind of really cool. I can't take claim for that. That was all Claude's idea. I mean, I'm losing my voice. The only problem with doing a 6-hour marathon is I'm losing my voice because I've been talking so much. All right, I got to eat some avocado to soothe my voice. All right, so getting a sell-off, as I said, I think it's reasonable to get a sell-off to 6,300. Then we see what happens there. Same with NASDAQ. We get a sell-off back down to 23,000. I'm not doing counter trend moves. These are all counter trend moves, and they're all really tempting. But as I said, we're not playing with a devil. No counter trends. So things kind of quieted down. Not much going on here. Let's see, 10:30. Hopefully we get a little bit of a move here on the European close. Why do I think it would go to 2,300? Because it's a natural retrace level, right? Big pop, a little bit of retrace. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll consolidate a little bit more here. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's a round number. It's an easy place to hit stops, you know, to target stops, all those things. You know, for now, it's just basically in a corrective mode. And what's really, really cool about the way the indicator works now is it doesn't matter what the green dots are doing. The slope is what's telling you that's not a trade. This is what's keeping you from doing stupid ass trades. Until this thing turns green and starts giving you some momentum and stabilization, you got no business trading this, you know? Rick says he just ordered an Alpha Trader book. Okay, I'll make Brent very, very happy. Now, let me know what you guys think about it. I think it's a really sort of professional traders all recommend it, so I thought it'd be worthwhile for you guys to look at it. So, like, let's review everything we learned today, right? And actually, let me put this up again, just because it's kind of quiet right now, so you guys can see it. Let me put this up. Again, you want this. This is my checklist. It's a really, really comprehensive checklist that does everything you need to understand what is a buy signal, what is a sell signal, right? If you want this checklist, it's very simple. Just email me, contact@bktraders.com. Okay, and I'll be happy to send it to you. The checklist is a 4-step process. First, we do trend detection, long over short, right? This is positive trend. The second thing we do is momentum. So we look for green dots. The third thing we do is slope. And we've sort of, compressed step 2, step 3 into one. And we say to ourselves, well, if we have just momentum and we have the green moving average slope, that's good enough for us to go long. We get all those 3 things: trend, green slope, green dot, go long. We truncated this from 4 to 3. But if you really, really want to be super cautious about it, you want the 2 dots, one higher than the other, to give you the slope. So whether you do a 3-step or a 4-step, that's the thing. And on the sell side, it's the exact opposite. Now imagine this short was below here, just for argument's sake, and it was negative, then you would have red slope, 2 red dots. That would have been your trade. In a counter trend situation, obviously we trade counter trend against the bigger trend like this. So you would have had 2 reds. This would have been a good short. You would have been fine on the trade counter trend here. But one of the things that we really, really, I think, discovered today. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing you the. I showed you all this stuff. Now I got to show you this on. Hang on a second. Sorry. So this is the checklist, and now I want to show you on the charts. On the charts, trend detection, small over large, moving average slope, got to be green, dot, it's got to be green. If we want to do the 4-step process, it's 1 dot higher than the other, green, moving average, trend detection, right? Go. That's the structure. That's the structure for winning trend trades. On the counter trend side, which I'm not doing them. You're welcome to do them, but I'm not doing them. The only difference is that the short-term trend is actually above. So it's actually in a positive trend, but what you're looking for is slope negative, red dots, continuation to the downside. Okay, that's how you're looking for those trades, right? I'm just not trading counter trend because that always gets us into trouble. Even though right now, of course, as I said to you, the bigger the trend, the easier it is for us to have a counter trend, right? And what did I tell you about this coming down? What did I tell you about hitting the 6,300, right? What did I tell you? We broke through the 6,300. We're coming down to 2,300. Those are all pretty, generally obvious things that you could hit. But overall, as we were trading today, we're trading nothing but trend and nothing but money. It was all money, 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 money. Buy trend, buy trend, buy trend, buy trend. Right? So, again, if you guys want my offer, I'm going to put this on here one more time. This is the best thing that we have going right now. It's right here. I'm gonna put the link into the comments. It's 6 months of everything Kathy does, everything I do, coaching, and all of our tools right then and there for everybody's pride and joy. And on top of it, I buy you free Apex accounts. I'll give you money so you can buy free Apex accounts. And since Apex is 80% off, you can set yourself up. So it's a really, really good deal. If you're already a member, but you don't have this deal, do this deal and we'll cancel whatever deal you have. Okay. And it'll be a much better deal into this thing. So those are all the things that I kind of want to tell you. We're just kind of treading water right now because I'm not doing any counter trend trades. And it's going to take a long time for us to reestablish trend, right? It's big. We made a big UE here. So it's really, really taking. By the way, gold, look at gold. I was like, I don't want to trade gold after 10 o'clock. It was a big mistake. Gold really, really started to took a nice clean trend move here in a clean way. It's actually not the last day. I think they extended it for like another week or so. But it's definitely a good time to take advantage of it. It's definitely a really good time to take advantage of it. Absolutely. Look, you could have bought the 2,300 for a bounce if you wanted to. Yep. Oops, let me add the chart. Right, could have bought the 2,300 for the bounce. All right, I'll leave you guys to any questions. Anything else on your mind? I'm just kind of I'm gonna probably we're gonna wrap this up at 11 because I'm really losing my voice. I didn't realize that 6 hours is a lot of talking. But it's been a really good session. You guys, really had a just front row seat to quality trend trading. I hope you guys really enjoyed it. Was it fun? Did you guys like it? Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you. I'm glad you guys all really liked it. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Gold bulls are stumping. Yeah, gold totally reversed, right? Totally reversed. Pretty amazing. That's the thing about, and that's the thing about short-term trading. And this is why I really love. I mean, it's sort of like my final note on trading today. God, I'm really losing my voice today. Is you never know. Like at the beginning of the day, what was gold? It was all negative, and we were like, "Oh, gold is really correcting." Blah 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 blah. Right? You at this point over here, 1,000 guys on Twitter were like, "We should be short gold." Right? And the point is, you never know. That's why I love short-term trading, because we don't have an opinion on where gold goes. We just trade where it is. And once it is here, it clearly went up, right? Even I was doubting. I was like, oh, it can't be going up. It looked so negative. But if I trusted my system, I would have been long here, long here. I got stopped out here. Fine, that's no problem. We actually did this trade. Re-long here, repaired the trade, long here, and it would have been 3 winning trades. If I did a single gold contract, it would have been $300 to the good. And now we're coming all the way down. So like everybody who thought that NASDAQ was going to be up for the rest of the day, we could easily be down, 0.5% of the day. Or this could be the bottom and we come back again. It doesn't matter. The beautiful thing about dots is it's going to tell us what to do. It doesn't tell us, it doesn't force us to guess what to do, right? So it's going to take a while. Probably going to take, I'd say, at least 20 minutes for us to kind of reconstruct the trend here. So just have to be very patient. Not much to do right now. And that's sometimes that happens where you have a huge trend, and if you're not trading the counter trend, you kind of have to just simply sit it out, like for an hour or two, until a new trend establishes itself, right? So just from my old market making days, just to let you know, who do you think made money on this move every step of the way? Like, where is the money made on this move every step of the way? Yeah, thank you. I agree, Rick. Um, Fabio says banks, correct. So, or dealers, any dealers, broker dealers or banks. So why do these guys make money every freaking day? Because here's what they love to do. They're gonna sell you at every level over here, right? Take some of it back, take some of it back, take some of it back very, very quickly. Sell you here and then just buy everything back. Like if you had an infinite amount of capital, which they do, they can just wait it out patiently, sell you, sell you, sell you, sell you, and collect back. And they do this literally every day. And people who try to trade long directional moves always get frustrated. It's like, oh, I came here, I think it's going to go over there. I'm going to wait. Boom. I'm back to break even, right? I'm back to break even. I don't have any kind. That's why, the reason why I love trading dots on a short-term basis is because we can always find trend on a 2-minute chart. There's always enough continuity for us to make some money, right? But you can't find it on a much longer time frame because a lot of times it just unwinds against you, right? It just unwinds against you. My stuff generally doesn't unwind. That's the whole point. I mean, we occasionally get unwound against us, but because we're such ultra short-term targets, all of those continuity targets gets hit. That's really the difference between scalping and longer-term trading, because the market almost rarely does a straight up line. It does this crap all day long, and people go, "How come I'm losing money?" Because you're never cashing out before it reverses on you. So I'm staying steady here for a little bit more. About 10 more minutes, guys. Then I got to wrap it up because I did want to go to 12, but I think I was a little bit too over ambitious because my voice is just shot right now. Any questions? Any last minute stuff? Happy to answer anything that's on your mind. Was this recorded? Yeah, it's on YouTube, so you can watch on Rewind. Absolutely. It's actually like a really interesting marathon. The first 3 hours of it were just painfully bad, right? I mean, I was trading counter trend. I was getting myself in trouble. I had to, repair a whole bunch of trades. I was taking stupid ass trades. Then I got into a very, very slow but painful trend position that just wasn't going my way. And then trend started to really, really pop, and everything started going our way. Now, had we started with just being a trend only orientation, we would have suffered far less pain throughout the marathon. But it was really interesting to kind of go through the process. All's well that ends well. Account is up. We're doing well. Even though the wealth charts all did well. The trade copier is working really well. We're just gonna get the final upgrade on this dots indicator, and then we're gonna be able to trade copy to our heart's content on wealth charts. And I'm gonna be doing wealth charts 365 next week. So come join me on that. We'll talk a lot about all of these things in great detail. Yeah, ES went right back to the 200, right? Who do I trust to? I'm sorry. There is futures or there's forex. I don't think there's two of them. Forex, Kathy is the best. Futures is what I try to do. I basically do futures, and Kathy does forex. If that's what you mean. Like Kathy is excellent at teaching forex. Her zip strategy is super great. That's what I'm saying to you guys. That's why if you get this, you get both Kathy's forex education and my futures education for the price of one. That's what makes it so cool. Okay. Let me put this in here again. I screwed this up. Sorry. There we go. There's the link. So this is Rick's making a good point. S&P went down to the 200, right? Now it gets interesting because this is probably going to be like a 10-minute consolidation. We got about 15 minutes before I'm going to close up shop. So maybe we get a chance here to do a trade. But for us to do a trade, a couple of things really need to happen. We got to have prices really stabilize, the short-term moving average start to turn green, and we start to see green dots popping. That will give us indication that the uptrend is resuming. But we can't get that. You see how like now this is starting to turn a little bit flat, a little bit flat, a little bit flat. We get the green dot. It's still not a trade because it's not a green move here. Although it's starting to get pretty. No, it's still not a green move. Needed probably another candle for us to kind of get comfortable with maybe making a trade here. But that's what we would need in order for us to stabilize. The weekend masterclass will be recorded. Yes, if you guys register for the weekend masterclass, it will be sent to you. I will send you a recording if you register for the class. The weekend masterclass is really designed for forex and CFD traders. It's all going to be MetaTrader 5 and MetaTrader 4, and hopefully you guys will really enjoy it. So this candle shows stability. Let's see if the next candle, so much for stability, right? Like it's just the sellers are still pressing. So Kevin, it's actually interesting. Weren't the shorts against the trend? You had winners on gold long. When is this over the last couple of hours? Because gold has been an uptrend. So when you were shorting, were those losers on counter trend, or was it earlier in the day where you just sort of sold the bottoms? I'm actually curious how your trade went. Look what's going on with the with S&P. We're actually breaking 200. The sellers are just relentless. They're like, "Fuck this! We're gonna take out the whole move, totally unwound." And it just really breaks the hearts of the longs. How's Nas? Nas still holding up, right? But really barely above the barely above the 200 SMA also. So what do we need for us to see a short? This gets kind of really, really interesting. To really get a short, we need the moving averages to cross down first. Now, if this crosses down, everything else kind of falls into place because you have a negative short-term red, you have the red dots, kind of momentum, everything is kind of moving down. But that assumes we're going to be like 276, 275, 2-3 candlestick. In other words, just keeps going down and starts putting us into a negative territory. We can also have a situation where this is it. Like, they bought the 285s, and there's no more lows tested. Like, I think if we don't test the lows here at this point, there's a reasonable chance here we could consolidate, stage a small rally. But we don't know. We're just going to be able to, the indicator will tell us. That is really a big unwind. We went from 85 to 15 and then back 15. That's just one of those kind of days that really take the starch out of your collar. And one of the things, by the way, that we avoided, like we did not have this roller coaster move, right? We just joined it when it was trading up and stood back down when it was counter trending, and just waited patiently until we get a feel for what happens next. Yeah, I'm gonna be on tomorrow regular time, like 9:30, which is I can only do one marathon a week. This was really a lot of fun though, guys. There's a lot of people in the room. A lot of people got exposed to this. A lot of people, for the first time. I'm actually give me a thumbs up or anything. Just give me a thumbs up in the room if this is your first time trading with me. I'm just curious how many first timers came in here, because that was the whole idea, was to give you lots of time to come in and join me. Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty flat in my funded account because I took a lot of kind of trend losses originally, but I brought it back to basically break even. But day's not over. I can easily get a couple of $100 more. I started about 5,800. If I can get up to 51,000 by the end of the day, I think I could do it. So that's sort of where I stand. I made a little bit of money on wealth charts, but I didn't really trade a lot on wealth charts today because I just need to get the indicator totally upgraded there a little bit. It was more like, Doc, what was interesting was that the second half of the marathon was so much better than the first. Like I basically sort of lost all the money in the morning and then got it all back, and then some as the afternoon came back. Yeah, we are really turning negative here. 41 seconds left. I'm going to. This isn't quite the so well. I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do here. It's close enough to like a negative trend. It's really, really obviously sold down. But if I get a red dot here, maybe not on this one, but maybe on the next one, it's that I will take that trade on a small basis, not on a large basis, against the small thing. So let me just go over here to do my S&P. It's a great question, Rick. If I'm doing small size, I'll probably take the first red dot. Like right now, if I get a red dot in S&P, I'll probably take the trade. Nasdaq is still positive trend, still tiny but positive trend. S&P is kind of really like just become negative trend here. It's just coming down here. Maybe another candle or two, and then we probably have a trade. See if there's anything on the news. So, I don't do a lot of macro commentary. I mean, I do some of it on X, but just sort of why I think interest rates can go down and why I think inflation is a non-issue. Very, very simple. This WTI continues to go down. There's it's Trump administration. It's drill, baby, drill. Everybody's pumping. Prices underneath 70. That is the single greatest driver of inflation within the product set of the U.S. economy. That's why inflation is muted. It'll be interesting to see on Friday. I mean, on the next Tuesday, we'll see if I'm right. But if inflation is muted, it really opens the door for lower rates, right? And oh, look at this. Linda Yaccarino steps down as CEO of X. That's so interesting. Huh. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. That's interesting. Okay, we'll see how that goes. All right, watching charts now. Now we're really our negative trend. We crossed over. We're negative charts. I need a red dot. If I get a red dot, I'll just go short the the S&P. Gold resumes move. That's great. I'm really missing the gold trades here. Okay, let's do the micro gold here. That's a legit trade, Andy. Oops, I want to just see if I have time to do this. No, 10-4. Okay, 320.8 is my target in gold. Works. If it doesn't, we'll try to resolve it a little bit later. But again, trend trade in gold. Just a straight up, clean trend trade in gold. Meantime, let's go see what the S&P is doing. S&P is coming down. I want to sell the S&P. MES. I want to do 416. Oh, the dot disappeared. No trade. No trade. No trade. Someone in the Rockies agrees with my inflation thesis. Red dot on this small, just tiny, tiny micro position because we're clearly overbought, oversold. So it's easy for us to just do. It could still be a downtrend and a bounce in a downtrend. So no need to be a hero on this trade. But if this kind of holds on the red dot, we'll sell it. It's really, really interesting at how this is just, completely popped up. $42 seconds left on this. $32 seconds. No signal. So, you see how they're buying the dips, because there's been so much selling here that it's hard to hold the lows. It's pretty much a sign of a little bit of consolidation, which is fine because what that's going to probably do is give us a green dot and then a red dot if the trend resumes. So perfect. No trade because there was no selling, right? No trade on that. I'm going to close out the gold at just a tiny little profit, because I kind of just want. I actually want to. I know you guys are all focusing on gold, which is great, and it's probably going to work. One of my things is that I like to focus on just one instrument, and if I'm trading gold, I get distracted. So I'd rather trade the S&P right now, with its full force. And same with, let's see how NASDAQ is looking too. NASDAQ, I think, is actually holding. Is NASDAQ holding trend? Let's see. Barely, but NASDAQ is still above trend. S&P is below. So you see, by the way, how good it was that the strategy did not put us short here, right? It would have just been an unnecessary stop out, which I told you was going to happen, because they sold it so hard that they started buying the bottoms, and you could kind of see it. That doesn't mean that the sellers are done, but at least for now, it's not the optimal time to enter. The whole idea is to use this as an optimal time to enter. See what NASDAQ is doing. So that's kind of interesting. So NASDAQ is sort of positive trend. It's still very, very red on the slope. So maybe in the next candle, this SMA slope is going to turn green. And if it does, we'll take a trade. But we need that confirmation to make it viable for us. Yeah, there's definitely a fight around the 200 SMA. You're right. It's a super clean and clear support level almost all the time, right? One way or the other, you see prices just kind of naturally stalling and finding support. Ooh, we're past 11. All right, 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes of just for the last setup, and then we'll go. Because I'm already getting pinged around here. See, look at this. The short-term SMA turning green over here. What about on NASDAQ? Not quite. NASDAQ not really turning green. But I think if we go to like 970 or higher, that's going to turn the SMA green. We'll see. It's very interesting to watch this, because you can really see the cycles, the pull of tug and war between the bulls and the bears, and how where they find a little bit of support, how much more can they push it up? Thanks very much, Christopher. Thank you for the tip. Really a lot of fun. All right, I'm going to put the last time for my Apex guys. Go out there and get some Apexes. And last time for my coaching. And if anybody wants If anybody wants this, just email me at contact@bkforex.com. Right? Just contact BK Traders. It doesn't matter. Either one would work, but BK Traders. All right, this gets interesting here. So NASDAQ is actually, this is fun. NASDAQ is negative trend, negative slope, negative red dot, $1.30 on the clock. Let's see what the S&P is. S&P is totally a sell signal possibility for us. So we said we're gonna do micro S&Ps over here. Go to micro S&Ps over here at the 2 size. Minute 3 on this. If the red dot holds, we will trade this. We'll trade this. Yes, the indicator, it's not part of my monthly subscription. It's part of my coaching subscription. Which is 6 months, highly discounted. Oh, the red dot might disappear on us. It's very, 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 very tough little trade here. 25, 24. $15 seconds left. $8 seconds left. All right, short. Target is 81.50. $81.50 on the trade. Why is that a trade? It's only one red dot because we're doing we're doing lower. We're using Christopher's approach today, which is like taking as long as the slope is red, we're taking the single red dot to give ourselves more chances of trades. They're going to be less. They're going to be more risky, right? So this one obviously, and this one I specifically is very risky because we've had such a long decline. So it's pretty possible that we sell into the bottom. But we're trading tiny size. That's the whole point. And because I'm trading tiny size, I can always come back on larger size and get this resolved. So I'm not, completely not perturbed by this. I knew this is why I was trading. I was telling you trade tiny size on this because this could be the bottom for the time being before it kind of reestablishes either an uptrend or a downtrend. So if this doesn't work, it's fine. I'll look for the next trend trade during the day and I'll resolve it and I'll come back to you tomorrow and I'll show you how the whole thing traded. But it was just, I've been waiting for a trend trade for a long time here and I wanted to take it with it. I'm actually curious, how did the NASDAQ trade go? NASDAQ trade also kind of retracing on us, right? So we're just taking one of these because it's the same trade. You would duplicate the trade effectively if you took them both at the same time. So we'll just participate through the MES. Again, 81.50 is the target. The absolute low on this was 77. So it's close to the bottom. Oh, we just got done. That was great. So, you know, it obviously stretched us a little bit, but as I said, small trade. The key thing, momentum, trend, slope, was all on our side. It was very, very tough trade because it was obviously the lows of the day, but we took it on the first one, worked nicely. Last trade of the day, boom, boom. Thank you very much. We are done. If you want the trend validation checklist, email me. Otherwise, I'm going to see you guys tomorrow, right? Sounds good? Thank you so much, guys. Everybody have a wonderful, wonderful day. That was really a lot of fun. That was really, really a lot of fun, but I got to run. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Take care.